Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 days since it happened, and I'm wide awake at 3 a.m. typing this out because I need someone, anyone, to tell me I'm not going crazy. I've been living in this rental house in Northern California for about 5 months now. My parents found it after Dad got transferred for work, and it seemed perfect at first. 3 bedrooms, decent backyard, quiet neighborhood, normal stuff. But there's something seriously wrong with this place. At first, everything was fine. We moved in back in November, and the first few months were completely uneventful. Just the usual adjustment period of living somewhere new, figuring out which light switches control which lights, getting used to the weird creaking noises that all houses make, that kind of thing. But then, in late February, the first incident happened. I was in my bedroom doing homework around 9 p.m. My room is at the back corner of the house, with 2 windows, one facing the backyard and one on the side wall. I remember I had my headphones in, but had paused my music to concentrate on this math problem I couldn't figure out. That's when I heard it. This horrible scratching sound started coming from outside my room, from the side wall with the window. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. It sounded like someone, or something, was dragging what I can only describe as bones or long fingernails along the outside wall. It was this slow, deliberate scraping that made the hair on my arms stand up instantly. I literally froze in my chair, my pencil still in my hand, and just listened. The scraping continued, getting louder and more aggressive. It wasn't constant. It would go for maybe 10 seconds, stop for a few seconds, then start again, longer and louder each time. I remember my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I finally got the courage to move, I slowly rolled my chair over to the window. Our house sits on a slight slope, so that particular window is about 8 feet off the ground on the outside. There's this massive 500-gallon propane tank right below it that partially blocks access to that whole side of the house. There are no trees anywhere near my window, no bushes, nothing that could scrape against the house in the wind. I pulled back the curtain just a tiny bit and looked out. It was dark, but our neighbor's porch light gives off enough glow that I could see there was absolutely nothing there, nothing. But the scraping continued literally as I was looking outside, like whatever was making the noise was invisible. I remember backing away from the window, completely freaked out. The scratching got even louder, and now it sounded like it was moving, traveling along the wall toward the corner of my room. I ran out and got my dad, who came in and heard it too. He went outside with a flashlight but found nothing, no animals, no loose siding, nothing that could explain what we were hearing. The sound eventually stopped after about 20 minutes. My dad tried to explain it away as raccoons or the house settling, but I could tell by his face that he was unnerved too. He's not the type to admit when he's spooked, but I saw it in his eyes. For a few days after that, I slept on the couch in the living room. Eventually, I convinced myself it had just been some weird one-time thing. Maybe an animal had somehow gotten between the outer wall and the siding. Who knows? I moved back into my room and things were quiet again. Months passed without incident. I almost forgot about the whole thing. Almost. Then 3 days ago it happened. The thing that has me typing this out at 3 a.m., afraid to close my eyes. My parents were out for the evening at some work dinner for my dad's company. It was just me and my younger brother at home. He's 14, and we were both doing our own thing. He was in the living room playing Xbox, and I was in my bedroom scrolling through TikTok on my bed. It was around 7:30 p.m., still light outside since it's May now. I remember I was lying on my stomach, propped up on my elbows, completely relaxed. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, my entire bed shook violently. And I don't mean like a small vibration or a little movement. This was a massive, powerful jolt, like someone had grabbed the foot of my bed and yanked it up about a foot off the ground and then slammed it back down. It happened in a split second, just one extremely forceful shake. My first thought was earthquake. We get them occasionally here in California, but this felt different. It wasn't the rolling motion of an earthquake. It was like something had physically grabbed and shaken just my bed. I jumped up, my heart racing, and ran to the living room where my brother was still playing his game. He was completely calm, focused on his screen. "Did you feel that?" I asked him, my voice shaking. He looked up, confused. "Feel what?" "The earthquake. Just now." He shook his head. I didn't feel anything. That's when I really started to freak out. I walked around the living room, looking at all the picture frames on the walls, the decorative vases my mom keeps on the shelves, the plants hanging by the window. Everything was perfectly still. Nothing had moved or fallen. I went to the kitchen. The hanging light fixture above the island wasn't swinging. The glasses in the open cabinet weren't rattled. Nothing. I went back to my room and looked around. My desk was undisturbed, the stack of papers, my water bottle, pencils, everything was exactly where I'd left them. The only thing that had moved was my bed. I checked my phone to see if there were any reports of an earthquake. Nothing. I even checked those earthquake tracking websites. Not even a tiny tremor had been recorded in our area. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd fallen asleep for a second and jerked myself awake, but I knew I hadn't been asleep. I was wide awake, scrolling on my phone. Maybe a neighbor had slammed a door really hard. But that wouldn't explain why only my bed moved and nothing else in the entire house. I spent the rest of the evening in the living room with my brother, too scared to go back to my room. I didn't tell him what had happened because I didn't want to freak him out, but I was completely on edge. When my parents got home around 10, I made up some excuse about wanting to watch TV and stayed in the living room until I was literally falling asleep on the couch. I eventually had to go back to my room, but I couldn't bring myself to lie on the bed. I pulled my comforter and pillow onto the floor and slept there with my desk lamp on. The next morning I felt stupid. In the daylight, with the rest of my family moving around the house, everything seemed normal again. I convinced myself I must have imagined it or exaggerated the experience in my mind. But then last night, it happened again. Same exact thing. I was on my bed, sitting up this time because I was still nervous about lying down, and suddenly there was this violent, powerful jolt. Just one massive shake that lifted the bed up and slammed it back down. It lasted maybe half a second. This time, my mom was home, in the kitchen directly below my room. I ran downstairs, practically in tears, and asked if she'd felt anything. She hadn't. Nothing had moved in the kitchen. The ceiling light wasn't swinging. Nothing had fallen. Just like before, it was only my bed that had moved. I broke down and told her everything, about both incidents with the bed shaking and about the scratching sounds from months ago. She tried to comfort me, but I could tell she didn't really believe me. She kept saying things like, maybe it's just the foundation settling, or old houses make strange noises sometimes. But this isn't an old house. It was built in 2003, and foundation settling doesn't violently shake a bed while leaving everything else in the house completely undisturbed. I slept in the living room again last night, and I've been avoiding my bedroom entirely since then. I've been trying to think of any logical explanation, but I can't come up with anything that makes sense. What's freaking me out the most is that both of these things, the scratching and the bed shaking, seem to be centered around my bedroom specifically. What if whatever is causing this is somehow targeting me? I messaged my best friend about it yesterday, and she said her cousin once lived in a house where weird stuff happened, and it turned out there was some kind of electric issue that was causing electromagnetic fields or something, but that wouldn't explain the scratching noise from outside. I tried looking up the history of our house online, thinking maybe something bad happened here in the past, but I couldn't find anything. It's just a normal suburban house in a normal neighborhood. There's nothing special or unusual about it. Right now, I'm sitting in the living room in the middle of the night, too scared to go back to my room. My parents think I'm just being dramatic or having anxiety or something, but I know what I experienced. That bed didn't shake itself, and those scratching noises weren't made by any animal I've ever heard of. I don't know what to do. We can't afford to break our lease and move. My parents definitely won't agree to that based on what they see as my overactive imagination. But I can't keep sleeping on the living room floor for the next 7 months until our lease is up. What scares me the most is not knowing what's going to happen next. If whatever this is can move my bed, what else can it do? And why is it focusing on my room? I haven't told anyone except my parents and my best friend about this. I'm worried people will think I'm making it up or that I'm crazy. But I know what I felt. That bed moved, and those sounds were real. My dad heard them too. I've been researching paranormal stuff online for the past few days, but most of what I find seems like obvious fake stories or people trying to scare each other. This isn't like that. This is really happening to me, and I don't know how to make it stop. I thought about setting up my phone to record while I'm in my room, but honestly, I'm too scared to go back in there and test it. What if the recording catches something I don't want to see? The weirdest part is that nothing happens when other people are in my room with me. I had my mom sit in there with me for like an hour yesterday, and everything was completely normal. It's only when I'm alone. Tonight I grabbed my blankets and pillow from my room as quickly as I could and set up on the living room couch again. My parents think I'm being ridiculous, but they're letting me sleep out here for now. I keep wondering if there's something about me specifically that's causing this. Did I do something to trigger it? Is there something wrong with me, or is there really something in this house that's focusing on me for some reason? I just checked the time, and it's almost 4 a.m. now. I have school tomorrow, but there's no way I'm going to be able to sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I feel like something is watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I don't want to stay in this house anymore, but I don't know how to convince my parents that what's happening is real. They're starting to get concerned about my mental health, not about the possibility that there's something seriously wrong with this place. I keep thinking about the previous tenants. Did they experience the same things? Is that why they moved out? I wish there was a way to contact them and ask. For now, all I can do is avoid my bedroom as much as possible and hope that whatever this is doesn't decide to follow me to other parts of the house. The thought of that terrifies me. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice, please let me know. I'm desperate for answers. This isn't something I'm making up or imagining. It's real and it's happening, and I don't know how much longer I can handle it. Story 2. I still get chills thinking about what happened that day in Ohio. This was back in 2006 when I was working for a title company in Cleveland. My job involved driving out to meet clients who couldn't make it to our office, elderly folks, busy professionals, people without transportation, to have them sign loan documents and transfer paperwork. Most days were just long drives through suburban neighborhoods or small towns, nothing exciting. That Tuesday in October started like any other day. My boss handed me a file for a homeowner refinancing their property near the Pennsylvania border. The client couldn't come in because they worked odd hours at a factory, so I had to drive out there. No big deal. I was used to these trips by then. I remember loading up my Civic with the document folder, my notary stamp, a thermos of coffee, and some snacks. The appointment was set for 3 p.m., which meant I needed to leave by noon to give myself plenty of time to find the place. This was before everyone had GPS on their phones. I had printed out MapQuest directions, which were notoriously unreliable in rural areas. The address was about 30 miles from the Pennsylvania border, somewhere in Columbiana County. The first part of the drive was fine, just interstate highways, and then some state routes. I had my radio playing, sipping coffee, and thinking about normal stuff like bills and weekend plans. The fall colors were peaking, and I remember admiring how beautiful the trees looked against the cloudy sky. Around 2 p.m., I turned onto the county roads. That's when things started to get tricky. The directions had me turning onto unmarked roads, and some of the street signs were either missing or so faded you couldn't read them. I passed through a tiny little town, if you could even call it that. Just a gas station, a church, and maybe a dozen houses. After that, the roads got narrower and started winding through hills. I remember looking at the clock and feeling that tightness in my chest as I realized I might be late. I hate being late. Plus, cell service out there was basically non-existent, so I couldn't call the client to warn them. According to my directions, I needed to find a road called Brimstone Lane. I kept looking for it, driving slowly and checking every intersection. I passed the same barn 3 times. I was definitely going in circles. The sky was getting darker too, not from night approaching, but from storm clouds rolling in. The weather forecast hadn't mentioned rain, but out in those hills, weather seemed to make its own rules. I was getting frustrated and started second-guessing myself. At one point, I pulled over to double-check my directions. According to the MapQuest printout, I should have already passed Brimstone Lane. I decided to backtrack one more time. The road curved through some particularly dense woods, then opened up to reveal rolling hills on one side. I'd been through this stretch at least twice before, but this time, something was different. There was a figure sitting on a large rock about 20 feet from the roadside. At first, I just registered it as a person and kept driving. Then I thought, wait, maybe they know where Brimstone Lane is. I slowed down, checking my rearview mirror. The figure was still there, sitting perfectly still. I put the car in reverse and backed up until I was level with the rock. Now I could see it was an older man with a long white beard. He wore what looked like dark brown pants and a plaid flannel shirt under a worn leather vest. He had a walking cane resting across his knees and was just sitting there, looking out across the hills. It struck me as odd because there were no houses nearby, no cars parked along the road. Just this old man sitting on a rock in the middle of nowhere as storm clouds gathered. I rolled down my passenger window. "Excuse me," I called out. "I'm looking for Brimstone Lane. Do you know where that is?" The old man didn't get up. He just turned his head toward me very slowly and smiled. And that smile, I still see it sometimes when I close my eyes. It wasn't threatening or weird, but there was something about it that felt ancient. His eyes were pale blue, almost colorless, and they seemed to look right through me. He raised his hand and pointed with his cane, then started speaking. This is the part that still makes the hair on my arms stand up. He wasn't speaking English. It wasn't Spanish either, which I know a little of. It wasn't any language I could identify. The sounds were soft but distinctive, with strange inflections that rose and fell in patterns I'd never heard before. Despite not understanding a single word, I somehow knew he was giving me directions. He pointed with his cane in various directions as he spoke, making gestures that clearly indicated go straight, turn, and continue until. It was the weirdest thing. I couldn't understand his words, but his meaning seemed clear. When he finished speaking, he smiled again and nodded, as if to say, "You've got it now." Then he turned back to face the hills, resuming his original position as if I wasn't even there anymore. I felt a weird combination of gratitude and unease. "Thank you," I said, though I'm not sure why. He didn't respond or look back at me. I rolled up my window and drove in the direction he had pointed. My hands were shaking slightly on the steering wheel. I told myself it was just from the stress of being lost and potentially late for my appointment. The strangest part? Within 2 minutes, I found Brimstone Lane. It was right where he had indicated, partially hidden by overgrown bushes with a rusted sign that was barely visible from the road. How had I missed it on my previous passes? I turned onto the lane, which was really just a gravel path, and followed it to my client's house. I was actually 5 minutes early for the appointment. The paperwork part of the visit went smoothly. The client, Mr. Keller, was a friendly older man who had lived in the area his whole life. As we were finishing up, I mentioned my difficulty finding his place. "Yeah, GPS doesn't work out here," he chuckled. "Even the mail carriers get lost sometimes." "I was lucky to find someone who could give me directions," I said. An older man sitting on a rock by the main road, long white beard, had a walking cane. Mr. Keller's pen stopped moving mid-signature. He looked up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read, somewhere between surprise and concern. "You spoke to him?" he asked. "Well, I asked for directions. He responded, but not in English. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but he pointed the way with his cane." Mr. Keller put down his pen entirely. "What color were his eyes?" The question caught me off guard. "Pale blue, almost gray. Why?" Mr. Keller leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly. "My grandfather used to talk about him. Most people around here have seen him at one time or another, just sitting or sometimes standing, watching the road. Some folks call him the Traveler, been spotted in these hills for generations." "Like a local homeless man?" I asked, trying to make sense of it. "No, not like that." Mr. Keller shook his head. "My grandfather first saw him in the 1930s, said he looked exactly the same then. My cousin's boy saw him last spring. Always the same description. Old man, white beard, cane, doesn't age." I felt a cold sensation spread across my back. "That's impossible." "Maybe so," Mr. Keller shrugged. "But the weird thing is, in all the stories I've heard, he's never spoken to anyone. Just waves or nods. Sometimes he's there when you drive past, and when you look in your rearview mirror, he's gone, but nobody's ever talked to him before." I tried to laugh it off. "Well, I wouldn't say we talked. I couldn't understand a word he said." "Still," Mr. Keller looked thoughtful, "he spoke to you. That's new." A crack of thunder made us both jump. The storm that had been threatening all afternoon was finally breaking. Rain began pattering against the windows. "You should get on the road before it really starts coming down," Mr. Keller advised, quickly finishing the last of the signatures. "These roads flood easy." I gathered my paperwork, thanked him, and hurried to my car. As I backed out of his driveway, the rain was already coming down harder. I turned on my headlights, even though it was only around 4 p.m. The storm had turned the sky dark prematurely. I don't know what possessed me, but instead of taking the shortest route back to the highway, I found myself driving toward where I'd seen the old man. It was stupid. The weather was getting worse by the minute, but something compelled me to go back to that spot. The rain was coming down in sheets by the time I reached the curve in the road where the rock was. I slowed down, straining to see through my rain-blurred windshield. The rock was still there, glistening wet in my headlights, but the man was gone. I'm not sure what I expected. Of course, he wouldn't be sitting out in a thunderstorm, but I felt disappointed somehow, like I'd missed a chance at something. I was about to continue driving when a flash of lightning illuminated the landscape. For just a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing on top of the hill behind the rock. The same silhouette, an old man with a cane. But that was impossible. No one could have climbed that steep hill so quickly, especially not an elderly person. Another lightning flash. Nothing there. I chalked it up to my imagination and the poor visibility. The storm was getting worse, and I needed to focus on driving. I continued on, finding my way back to more main roads and eventually the highway. The drive home was long and tense, with the storm raging the entire way. I kept thinking about Mr. Keller's words and the strange encounter. By the time I got back to Cleveland, I'd almost convinced myself there was some logical explanation. Maybe the old man was just a local eccentric who spoke an obscure European language. Maybe the stories about him were just rural legends that had grown with retelling. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something truly inexplicable had happened. The way he'd appeared exactly when I needed directions, after I'd been driving in circles for nearly an hour. The strange language that somehow conveyed meaning despite being incomprehensible. The fact that, according to Mr. Keller, he'd never spoken to anyone else. It's been 15 years since that day. I've changed jobs, moved states, started a family. But I still think about the strange traveler of Ohio sometimes. I've researched local folklore from that region, tried to find similar accounts online. There are vague mentions in some obscure forums, people who've spotted an old man with a cane on rural Ohio roads, always alone, always near that same area. I never told my boss or co-workers about it. It sounded too crazy, too unbelievable, but I know what I experienced. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back there, try to find him again, ask him who or what he is, and what language he was speaking. But another part of me is afraid that I'll drive those winding roads for hours and find nothing. Or worse, afraid that I'll find him exactly as he was 15 years ago, not having aged a day. Waiting on that same rock-like time means nothing to him. I don't know if he was a ghost, a guardian spirit, or something else entirely, but I know that for a few minutes on a stormy October afternoon, I encountered something that doesn't fit into the rational world I thought I lived in, and I've never been able to explain it. Story 3. I've never been one to share personal stuff online, but I honestly don't know where else to turn. What happened to me a few nights ago has me questioning my sanity, and I just need to get it out there. Maybe someone has experienced something similar, or can offer an explanation that makes sense, because I sure as hell can't make sense of it. For context, I've struggled with depression for most of my adult life. I was diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder as a teen, which basically means I have trouble forming meaningful connections with people. My therapist says it stems from childhood stuff I'd rather not get into. Bottom line is, I've always felt disconnected, like I'm watching life happen through a foggy window while everyone else is out there actually living it. My doctor has tried to get me on antidepressants multiple times, but I've always refused. I hate the idea of not feeling like myself, even if myself is often a mess. Maybe that's stupid, but it's my choice. My cats, Betty and Vader, have been my emotional support system. They don't judge, they don't leave, they just exist with me, and most days that's enough. Tuesday night was particularly rough. One of those nights where the weight of everything just crashes down all at once. I'd spent hours crying, that ugly, gasping kind of crying where you can barely catch your breath. I don't even remember what triggered it. Sometimes it's everything, sometimes it's nothing specific. Eventually, I exhausted myself and fell asleep around 1 a.m. I woke up suddenly to Betty walking across my chest. This isn't unusual. She often decides the middle of the night is the perfect time to check if I'm still breathing. What was unusual was the time, 3:34 a.m., glowing from my phone screen, which was lit up and vibrating with my alarm tone. I was confused as hell because I didn't have an alarm set for 3:34 a.m. My alarm was set for 7 a.m. for work. I grabbed my phone to shut it off and checked. Sure enough, the 7 a.m. alarm was still there, not triggered yet. There was no 3:34 a.m. alarm in my settings at all. I figured maybe I'd set a one-time alarm and forgotten about it, so I dismissed it and put the phone back on my nightstand. That's when I heard my computer turn on in the living room. You know that distinctive whirring sound when a desktop PC boots up? That sound, followed by the soft blue glow of my monitor lighting up, casting a dim light down the hallway outside my bedroom door. My first thought was that Vader had jumped on my desk and hit the power button. He's done it before. He's fascinated by the blinking lights on my tower. I was annoyed, but not alarmed. I started to get up to go turn it off when I froze. Betty was still on my bed. And when I looked toward the foot of the bed, there was Vader, sitting upright, completely still. Both cats were staring intently toward my bedroom doorway, their eyes fixed on something in the hallway or living room beyond. Every hair on my body stood up. If both cats were here, what had turned on my computer? I sat there, unable to move, my heart hammering in my chest. Then I heard the screen door to my apartment open with that characteristic squeak. My apartment has a main door that opens into a small entryway, and then a screen door that leads to the living room. Both doors lock separately. I always lock both of them. The main door hadn't made any noise, but the screen door, the interior one, had definitely opened. I heard the spring stretch and the light metal frame tap against the wall. Then I heard the front door knob turn. Not unlock, just turn, like someone was checking if it was locked. It rattled slightly, then stopped. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just sat there sweating as I listened to something move across the carpet in my living room. It wasn't footsteps exactly, more like a shuffling sound, fabric dragging across the floor. My bedside lamp was within reach. With a trembling hand, I switched it on. The soft yellow light filled my bedroom, but didn't reach far enough to illuminate the hallway. Both Betty and Vader remained completely still, their eyes tracking something I couldn't see. Betty suddenly jumped off the bed and darted under it. Vader's tail puffed up to 3 times its normal size, but he didn't move from his spot. The shuffling stopped. Complete silence fell over the apartment. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe the cats had heard a neighbor or a mouse in the walls. Maybe the computer had turned on due to some automatic update. Maybe the door sound was just the building settling, but deep down I knew better. Something was in my apartment. I had to check. I couldn't just sit there waiting for whatever it was to come to me. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and slowly got out of bed. My legs felt like jelly, barely supporting my weight as I inched toward the bedroom door. I pressed my ear against the wood but heard nothing. Taking a deep breath, I cracked the door open and pointed my phone light down the hallway. Nothing, just the empty hallway leading to my living room. The blue glow from my monitor was gone. I pushed the door open wider and stepped into the hallway. The temperature dropped noticeably. It was at least 10 degrees colder than my bedroom. In June, with no AC running. I swept my light across the living room. My computer desk was exactly as I'd left it, but the monitor was off. I could hear the faint hum of the tower, though. The computer was definitely running. The front door was closed and locked. The screen door was closed. Everything looked normal. But it didn't feel normal. It felt wrong in a way I can't properly explain. Like when you come home and your furniture has been moved just an inch out of place. Nothing you can immediately identify, but you know something's different. I checked every corner of my small apartment. The bathroom, the kitchen, the closets. Nothing was disturbed, nothing was missing, and there was definitely no intruder hiding anywhere. I returned to the living room and approached my computer. The tower was humming away, but the monitor was definitely off. I tapped the power button on the monitor and it lit up instantly, showing my desktop background. According to the timestamp, the computer had indeed been booted up at 3:35 a.m., just a minute after my unexplained alarm had gone off. I checked the logs to see if there had been an automatic update or restart. Nothing. The computer had been shut down before I went to bed and had somehow turned on by itself. I checked all the doors and windows again. Everything was locked from the inside. There was absolutely no way anyone could have entered my apartment without breaking something, and nothing was broken. By this point, it was almost 4:30 a.m. There was no way I was going back to sleep, so I made coffee and sat on the couch with all the lights on, both cats eventually emerging to join me. Betty acted normal, but Vader kept staring at empty corners of the room, his tail still slightly puffed. As the sun came up, I felt a little less terrified, but no less confused. What the hell had happened? Had I been sleepwalking? Had I hallucinated the whole thing? Was this some weird depression symptom no one had warned me about? But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. Something was in my apartment that night. It's been 3 days now, and nothing else has happened. My computer hasn't mysteriously turned on again. My phone alarm hasn't gone off at strange hours. The doors have remained closed, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. I've started sleeping with the lights on, which I know is ridiculous for a grown adult, but I can't help it. I'm jumping at every noise. Even the cats seem more on edge, especially at night. What bothers me most is the complete lack of explanation. If it was a break-in, nothing was taken. If it was a hallucination, it was the most vivid one I've ever had. If it was some kind of sleep paralysis, how did I manage to get up and check the apartment? And how do you explain the computer being on? I've lived in this apartment for 3 years and never once felt unsafe here. Now I'm considering breaking my lease and moving. I can't keep living somewhere that makes me feel this terrified. Part of me wonders if this is connected to my mental health. Maybe the depression finally manifested in some weird way I wasn't expecting. But it felt so real, too real to dismiss as just my brain playing tricks. Whatever happened that night, it left me with the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone in my apartment. That something or someone was there with me, moving through my space, getting close to me while I slept. And the fact that I found no evidence of an intruder almost makes it worse, because if it wasn't a person, then what the hell was it? I've started researching paranormal stuff which I've always scoffed at before. I'm looking into the history of my building. I'm even considering asking neighbors if they've experienced anything similar. I feel like I'm losing my mind, but I need answers. The cats still won't go near the living room at night. They stay huddled on the bed with me, and sometimes they both stare at the same empty space for minutes at a time. People say animals can sense things we can't, and that scares me more than anything. I don't know what to do. I'm exhausted from not sleeping, paranoid about every little sound, and questioning my own sanity. If anyone has experienced something similar, or has any idea what might have happened, please let me know. I'm desperate for an explanation that doesn't involve me losing my grip on reality. What still haunts me is the memory of that shuffling sound across my carpet, and the image of both my cats staring at something I couldn't see. I can't shake the feeling that whatever visited me that night might come back, and next time it might not just turn on my computer or open my door. Next time it might come all the way into my bedroom. I don't want to find out what happens if it does. Story 4. I still get goosebumps when I think about what happened to me during our holiday in South Africa last October. My wife and I had been planning this trip for years, a 2-week safari adventure through Kruger National Park. We'd saved up, researched all the camps, and plotted our route carefully to maximize wildlife sightings. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened on our 3rd night at Bemity Camp. For those who don't know, Bemity is one of the more rustic camps in Kruger. It's not like the fancy lodges with all the amenities. The cabins are simple, spread out among the bush, connected by dirt paths and surrounded by electric fencing to keep the dangerous wildlife out. But there's something special about staying somewhere so isolated, hearing lions roaring in the distance at night, hyenas cackling, and all those unfamiliar insects creating their own symphony of sounds. At least, that's what I thought was special before that night. We'd had an amazing day. We'd seen elephants at a watering hole that morning, spotted a leopard lounging in a tree during our afternoon drive, and even caught a pride of lions just after sunset, their eyes reflecting in our guide's spotlight as they prepared for their nightly hunt. We were buzzing with excitement when we got back to camp around 8 p.m. After dinner at the small camp restaurant, my wife and I walked back to our cabin with our flashlights. The pathways were dimly lit, and the night was incredibly dark. Proper African bush dark, where you can't see your hand in front of your face without a light. The stars were unbelievable, though, like someone had scattered diamonds across black velvet. Our cabin was simple but comfortable. A bedroom with two single beds pushed together, classic African safari style, a small patio with chairs facing the bush, and a basic bathroom. The bathroom had a shower, sink, and toilet. Nothing fancy, but clean and functional. The door to the bathroom was old and slightly warped from years of humidity, so you had to pull it firmly shut and make sure the latch clicked into place. After getting back to our cabin, we decided to sit on the patio for a while, enjoying a nightcap and listening to the sounds of the bush. My wife was tired and headed to bed first while I stayed up a bit longer. Around 10:30 p.m., I felt nature calling, and not the gentle kind. I'll just say it straight. I needed to take a serious dump. Maybe it was the unfamiliar food or the bumpy safari rides, but my stomach was making it very clear what was about to happen. I went into the bathroom, careful to close the door properly behind me. Living with my wife for 7 years has taught me proper bathroom etiquette, especially when what I'm about to do would classify as a biohazard. I distinctly remember checking that the door was fully closed and latched. I even tugged on it to make sure. The latch clicked into place, and I was confident the door was secure. I sat down, pulled out my phone, as one does, and started scrolling through the photos we'd taken that day. I was about 5 minutes into my, session, completely absorbed in my phone, when something caught my attention from the corner of my eye. The door handle moved down, not like it was loose and slipped on its own. It moved deliberately, like someone was gripping it from the other side and pushing it down. Then the door itself began to open, slowly, silently. It swung inward about 4 inches and stopped. My first thought was that my wife needed to use the sink or grab something. Even though she never disturbs me in the bathroom, we have a mutual agreement about bathroom privacy, it seemed like the only explanation. "Hey, sorry, I'll be out in a minute," I called out, feeling slightly annoyed at the intrusion. No response. "Sarah," I called again, a bit louder. Still nothing. The door just remained slightly ajar, the handle now back in its normal position. That's when the first wave of unease hit me. If it was my wife, why didn't she answer? Why would she open the door and then just walk away? I leaned forward slightly to peek through the gap, but couldn't see anyone. The bedroom was dimly lit by the bedside lamp, casting shadows across the room. My wife's form was visible under the covers of the bed, apparently asleep. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. Someone, or something, had physically moved that handle down and opened a latched door. And it wasn't my wife. I felt goosebumps explode across my arms and back. The hair on my neck stood up. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I'm not going to lie, I finished my business in record time. I wasn't about to get caught with my pants down by whatever was on the other side of that door. I didn't even bother with my usual phone browsing ritual. I cleaned up, pulled up my shorts, and stood there for a moment, staring at the partially open door. Should I call out again? Should I slam it shut and lock it, though there was no lock? Or should I just face whatever was out there? I decided to act normal, like nothing was wrong. I flushed the toilet, washed my hands thoroughly, no rushing hygiene, even in a crisis, and then pushed the door open fully, half expecting to see someone or something standing there. The bedroom was empty except for my wife, still asleep in bed. Nothing seemed disturbed. No windows were open. The front door was still locked from the inside with the key in it, just as we had left it. I checked the entire room, looking under the bed, in the small closet, behind the curtains. Nothing. No one could have entered or left the cabin without me noticing. The floorboards were old and creaky. I would have heard footsteps. I went back to the bathroom door and examined it carefully. The latch was intact. I closed the door, made sure it latched, and then tried pushing against it. It didn't budge. I tried wiggling the handle from the outside. It moved, but the door remained firmly shut because of the latch. The only way to open that door when it was latched was to physically push the handle down and pull it open. I walked out onto the patio, thinking maybe someone had been outside our cabin, though how they would have opened an interior bathroom door, I had no idea. The patio was empty. The bush beyond was dark and still, apart from the normal nighttime sounds of insects and distant animals. I went back inside and approached the bed. "Sarah," I whispered, gently shaking my wife's shoulder. "Sarah, wake up." She stirred groggily. What's wrong?" "Did you just try to come into the bathroom? Did you open the bathroom door?" She looked confused, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "What? No, I've been asleep. Why?" My stomach dropped. "Someone opened the bathroom door while I was in there." That woke her up. She sat bolt upright. "What do you mean? Like, someone from outside?" I explained what had happened, how I had latched the door, how the handle had moved down on its own, how the door had swung open. "Could it have just fallen open?" she suggested, though I could hear the edge of fear in her voice. "Maybe the latch is loose." I checked. "It's secure, and the handle moved down first, Sarah. It moved like someone was turning it." We both sat in silence for a moment, the implications sinking in. We were in a small cabin in the middle of the African bush, miles from any major settlement, and something had just opened a door that should not have been able to open on its own. "Maybe it was the wind," she offered weakly. "There's no wind inside the cabin and the windows are shut," I replied, "and wind can't turn a door handle." We got up and checked the entire cabin again, together this time. We confirmed all windows were closed, the front door was locked, and there was literally nowhere a person could hide. We even checked the small space between the bathroom ceiling and the roof, just wooden beams and insulation. I remember sitting on the edge of the bed afterward, both of us silent and uneasy. The normal sounds of the bush outside, which had seemed so magical earlier, now felt threatening. "What do you think it was?" Sarah finally asked, her voice small. "I don't know," I admitted. "I honestly don't know." We decided to keep all the lights on for the rest of the night. Neither of us said the word ghost or spirit, but I know we were both thinking it. What else could it have been? There was simply no logical explanation for what happened. We barely slept that night. Every sound, every creak of the cabin in the night breeze had us both wide awake, staring into the darkness. I kept expecting to see the bathroom door handle move again, or worse, to see something emerge from the bathroom. The next morning, we considered telling the camp manager, but decided against it. What would we say? Something invisible opened our bathroom door? We'd sound crazy. Besides, we were scheduled to move to a different camp that day anyway. As we packed our bags, I took one last look at that bathroom door. It looked so ordinary in the daylight, just an old, slightly warped wooden door with a simple handle and latch. Nothing special, nothing that suggested it had been the source of the most unexplainable, terrifying moment of my life. We never talked much about it afterward. Whenever the subject came up, we'd quickly move on to discussing the amazing wildlife we saw or the beautiful landscapes. But to this day, I still think about it. I still wonder what opened that door. Was it something residual in the cabin? Some energy left behind by previous occupants? Was it something native to the African bush? Some spirit or entity we Westerners know nothing about? Or was it something attached to the land itself? Something ancient and other that just happened to make itself known to me in that vulnerable moment? I don't have answers. I just know what I saw. That handle moved down on its own. That latched door opened by itself. And whatever did it never revealed itself to me. Sometimes I wonder if it would have been better or worse if it had. If I had seen something, a figure, a face, anything, at least I'd know what it was. Instead, I'm left with this uncertainty, this lingering doubt and fear. It's been 8 months since our trip to South Africa, and I still get uneasy when I'm alone in bathrooms, especially at night. I find myself watching door handles, half expecting them to move on their own. And I never, ever sit on a toilet without making sure I have a clear path to the exit. Some might say it was just my imagination, or that there's some rational explanation I'm overlooking. Maybe the latch was faulty in a way I couldn't detect. Maybe the door frame had shifted just enough that the door could swing open under certain conditions. Maybe. But I know what I saw. The handle moved down, the latch door opened, and to this day I have no explanation for who or what was on the other side. Story 5. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this. Some things happened to me as a kid that I just can't explain, and I'm hoping writing about it might help me process it. This all happened 20 years ago, but I still sleep with my bedroom door closed every single night. My grandmother immigrated to America from Hungary after Labudua. She eventually settled in deep South Texas, where she bought this old farmhouse that dated back to the early 1900s. It sat on about 12 acres of land near Harlingen, isolated enough that you couldn't see any neighbors. Just fields, some scrubby trees, and a lot of emptiness stretching out around it. I used to spend summers with her when I was a kid. My parents would drop me off for a month, and I'd help her around the farm, feeding chickens, gathering eggs, watering her massive vegetable garden. It was mostly boring kid stuff, but I loved being there because my grandmother was different. Everyone in our family knew she had the gift. That's what my mum called it anyway. My grandmother could tell you things she had no way of knowing. She'd look at your palm and tell you about the car accident you had 3 years ago, or the girl who broke your heart in high school. Specific stuff, not the vague fortune cookie predictions you get from fake psychics. Once, she called my mum at 3 a.m. frantic because she dreamed my dad was having a heart attack. My mum found him on the bathroom floor. The doctors said if she'd waited even 10 more minutes to call an ambulance, he would have died. So when my grandmother told you something was wrong, you believed her. The summer I turned 11 was when everything changed. It started normally enough. The farmhouse was the same as always. Creaky wooden floors, faded floral wallpaper in the kitchen, that persistent smell of paprika and chicken soup. My bedroom was upstairs next to a small music room where my grandmother kept an old upright piano nobody played anymore. About 2 weeks into my stay, some workers were digging near the property line to fix a drainage issue when they found bones. Human bones. They called the police, who spent the next few days carefully excavating what turned out to be 3 sets of remains. I remember sitting at the kitchen table, eating my grandmother's homemade kolaches, while she spoke quietly with the sheriff. I wasn't supposed to be listening, but kids pick up on more than adults realize. The remains were likely decades old, probably migrant workers who died crossing through the area. The sheriff explained they'd be taken for forensic examination, but given their age, it was unlikely they'd ever identify them. My grandmother crossed herself when she heard this. Then she looked right at the sheriff and said, "They are not at rest. They are angry." The sheriff laughed it off, but I saw the way he shifted uncomfortably in his chair. My grandmother had that effect on people. She'd say something that hit too close to home, and suddenly they'd be looking for excuses to leave. That night was when things started happening. I was brushing my teeth in the upstairs bathroom when I glanced in the mirror and saw a face behind me. Not my face, not my grandmother's face. It was a man with hollow cheeks and dark eyes. I spun around so fast I dropped my toothbrush in the sink, but no one was there. Just the shower curtain hanging slightly open, the old clawfoot tub empty. I ran to my grandmother's room, but she just nodded like I'd told her it was going to rain tomorrow. She made me drink a glass of water with some herbs in it that tasted like dirt and told me to say a prayer before bed. I did, but it didn't help much. The next morning, I came downstairs to find my grandmother staring at the kitchen cabinets. All the cabinet doors were open, every single one. "Did you do this?" she asked me. I shook my head. She pressed her lips together and closed them one by one. That afternoon, we heard footsteps upstairs while we were both sitting at the kitchen table shelling peas. Heavy, deliberate steps, walking from one end of the hallway to the other, then back again. My grandmother didn't even look up. "Don't pay attention," she said. "They want attention." I tried to follow her advice, but it's hard to ignore footsteps in an empty house, especially when they started happening every day, usually around 3 p.m. like clockwork. Sometimes they'd be accompanied by the sound of doors opening and closing or drawers sliding open. Once I found all my clothes from my dresser piled in the center of my bedroom floor when I came back from helping in the garden. The worst was the wind. On completely still summer nights, when not even a leaf was stirring outside, howling wind would suddenly tear through the house. It would start as a low whistle, building until it sounded like a hurricane was ripping through the hallways. But nothing would move, not the curtains, not the papers on the kitchen table. Just the sound of wind, screaming through a perfectly still house. I begged my mum to let me come home early, but when I tried to explain why, the words wouldn't come out right. "How do you tell your mum that you're afraid of footsteps with no feet and wind that doesn't blow?" She just thought I was homesick and told me to stick it out. Then came the night that changed everything. I was having trouble sleeping because it was so hot. This was back before central air was common in old farmhouses, and all I had was a rickety ceiling fan spinning lazily above my bed. I'd kicked off all my blankets and was lying there in my shorts and t-shirt, watching the shadows from the moonlight move across my ceiling. My bedroom had 2 doors, one that led to the hallway and one that connected to the music room. Between my bed and the hallway door was a closet with sliding wooden doors. Those doors were partially open that night. I could see the dark gap between them from where I lay. I was drifting in and out of sleep when I noticed the closet door sliding further open. Not quickly, but deliberately, inch by inch, the gap widening. I froze, too terrified to move, too terrified even to pull the sheet over my head like I usually did when scared. Someone walked out of my closet. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of the light. It was a person, or something shaped like a person. Tall and thin, with shoulders that hunched forward slightly. I couldn't make out any details in the darkness, just the silhouette. The figure paused at the foot of my bed, and though I couldn't see its face, I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its gaze like ice water pouring down my spine. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just lay there, paralyzed, as it slowly walked around the foot of my bed, past my dresser, and through the second door into the music room. The door wasn't open. It walked through it like it wasn't even there. The moment it disappeared, I shot out of bed and ran to my grandmother's room, sobbing so hard I could barely explain what happened. She didn't question me. She didn't tell me it was just a nightmare. She just held me and rocked me and said, "I know, child, I know." I slept in her room that night, curled up beside her like I was 5 years old again. The next morning she called Father Martinez from the church in town. I thought she was just going to talk to him, but an hour later he showed up at the farmhouse with a black bag and a serious expression. My grandmother sat me down at the kitchen table with a glass of lemonade and told me to stay there. Then she and Father Martinez went through the house, room by room. I could hear them murmuring prayers. The splash of what I later learned was holy water. The sharp smell of incense drifting down the stairs. They spent the most time in my bedroom and the music room. When they finally came downstairs, Father Martinez looked exhausted, and my grandmother's face was set in hard lines I'd never seen before. "The house is better now," she told me, "but some places hold memories that cannot be erased, like scars on the land." Father Martinez knelt in front of me and gave me a small silver cross on a chain. "Keep this with you," he said, "and remember that light is always stronger than darkness." Things did improve after that. The footsteps stopped. The cabinet doors stayed closed. The wind no longer howled on still nights. But sometimes, catching my reflection in a window or mirror, I'd see someone standing behind me, just for a split second before they vanished. My grandmother never talked about what exactly they did that day, and when I asked her about the bones they found, she just shook her head. Some souls get lost on their journey, she said. They need help finding their way. The last night of my stay that summer, I was packing my suitcase when my grandmother came into my room. She sat on my bed and watched me fold my clothes for a while before speaking. "You have a little of the gift too," she said finally. "That's why you can see them." "See who?" I asked, though I knew. "The ones who aren't there anymore, the ones who are lost." She took my hands in hers. Her skin felt paper thin, but her grip was strong. "Don't be afraid of it. But don't go looking for them either. They will find you without your help." I nodded, not really understanding, but wanting to please her. "And always close your doors at night," she added. "Open doors are invitations." That was the last summer I spent at the farmhouse. My grandmother died that winter, peacefully in her sleep, the doctor said. My parents sold the property a few months later. I never went back. But to this day, I close my bedroom door every night before I sleep. I check all the closets before I turn out the lights, and sometimes, catching movement in a mirror or window from the corner of my eye, I still freeze, afraid to turn around and see who's standing behind me. My grandmother had abilities I can't explain. I witnessed things in that farmhouse that defy rational explanation. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was just an overactive imagination, the power of suggestion after finding those bones. But deep down, I know what I saw walking out of my closet that night was real. And I know that somewhere, those lost souls are still wandering, looking for doors left open in the night. Story 6. I've been debating whether to even share this for years. Even typing it out now makes my skin crawl, but I need to get this off my chest. I was around 12 when this happened, and it's one of those experiences that completely changed how I view the world. It was summer break, and as usual, all the cousins were staying at our house in East LA. My parents had this modest 3-bedroom home that somehow managed to fit all of us during family gatherings. That particular night, there were 7 of us kids. Me, my sister Maria, 14, my brother Ricky, 10, and 4 cousins ranging from 9 to 15 years old. Our parents were super religious Catholics. I'm talking rosaries hanging from every rearview mirror, statues of saints in every room, and constant reminders that God and the devil were always watching. Most of the time, we just nodded along with all the religious stuff, not taking it too seriously. That night, the adults had gone to bed around 10 p.m. after watching their novellas. We kids were supposed to be sleeping too, but instead, we'd gathered in the living room to play Jenga. Our parents' bedroom was down the hall, and we figured if we kept quiet, they wouldn't know we were still up. The living room was dimly lit with just a small lamp in the corner. The wooden Jenga blocks made soft clicking sounds as we carefully pulled them out one by one. Outside, it was a typical Los Angeles night. Distant traffic noise from the freeway about 2 blocks away, occasional sirens, the hum of the old refrigerator in the kitchen. Normal stuff. "Your turn, dummy," my cousin Alex whispered to me, laughing as I hesitated over which block to pull. I remember being super focused on not toppling the tower when my mom suddenly appeared in the hallway doorway. She was wearing her faded blue nightgown, her hair in a messy bun, and she had that look. You know, the one parents get when they're not actually mad, but want to seem like they are. "¿Qué están haciendo? It's almost midnight. You all need to go to bed now," she said, not quite yelling, but definitely serious. We all groaned and begged for just 5 more minutes, but she wasn't having it. "No, it's too late. If you stay up past midnight, the devil comes out. You want to see the devil because he'll show up if you're still awake." She crossed herself quickly. We tried not to roll our eyes. This was classic mom stuff, using scary stories to get us to behave. Like when she'd say La Llorona would take us if we wandered too far from home, or that El Cucuy would grab kids who didn't finish their dinner. Just typical Mexican Catholic mom tactics. "Mom, we're not babies," Maria said. "We're just finishing this game." My mom gave us that look again, shook her head and said, "Don't say I didn't warn you," before heading back to her bedroom. Once she was gone, we all snickered quietly. "Ooh, the devil's gonna get us," Alex mocked in a spooky voice, wiggling his fingers. "Shut up and play," Maria whispered, but she was smiling too. We continued our game, trying to be even quieter now that we knew my mom was aware we were still up. The Jenga tower grew more precarious with each turn. The digital clock on the cable box read 11:52 p.m. I remember this detail so clearly because I was staring at it when we first heard the sound. It started faintly, a metallic jingling like someone shaking a bunch of keys. But then it got louder, more distinctive. Chains. It was the unmistakable sound of heavy chains dragging across pavement. At first, we all just froze, looking at each other to confirm we were all hearing the same thing. No one said a word. The dragging chains got louder, seeming to move directly in front of our house on the street outside. And then came the second sound, the slow, deliberate clip-clop of hooves on asphalt. A horse walking slowly, rhythmically, right outside our front window. Clip-clop, drag, jingle, clip-clop, drag, jingle, not galloping, not trotting, walking purposefully, almost like a procession. Now, let me explain something. We lived in East Los Angeles, literally 2 blocks from the 710 freeway. There are no horses in our neighborhood. 0. The closest stable would have been miles away. And even if by some bizarre chance a horse had gotten loose, who the hell would be riding it at midnight, dragging chains through our residential street? The sounds continued for what felt like forever, but was probably around 45 seconds. Nobody moved. I remember Ricky's hand was frozen mid-air, about to pull a Jenga block. My cousin Lily, who was only 9, started crying silently, tears streaming down her face. What made it even more terrifying was how deliberate it sounded, like whatever was out there wanted us to hear it. It wasn't passing by, it was performing for us, making its presence known. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Complete silence fell over everything. Even the usual distant traffic noise seemed to have paused. We sat there, the Jenga game completely forgotten, just staring at each other in absolute terror. No one dared to look out the window. After what felt like an eternity, my cousin Diego whispered, "What the actual And that's when my mom reappeared in the doorway. She didn't look surprised or scared. She just stood there in her nightgown, arms crossed, with this expression that wasn't quite, "I told you so," but something deeper, more serious. "I told you," she said quietly. "Now go to bed. All of you." That's when Lily broke down completely, sobbing and running to my mum, wrapping her arms around her waist. "Tia, what was that? What was outside?" My mom just stroked her hair and said, "Nothing will harm you inside this house. We have God's protection here, but this is why you listen when I tell you something." The way she said it, so matter-of-fact, so unsurprised, that's what really got to me. Like she'd expected it, like she knew exactly what had happened. We all scrambled to our sleeping areas after that. No one wanted to be alone. The cousins were supposed to sleep in the living room on air mattresses, but they all crammed into my brother's room instead. I was too terrified to sleep in my own bed, so I went to my parents' room. "Can I sleep here tonight?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but probably failing miserably. My dad was already fast asleep, somehow undisturbed by everything. My mom just nodded and made space for me. I crawled in between them like I was a little kid again. "Mama," I whispered when I was sure my dad was still asleep. "What was that? For real?" She didn't answer right away. Then she just said, "There are things in this world that you don't mess with. The devil doesn't need an invitation twice." I wanted to ask more questions, but something in her tone told me not to push it. She reached over and squeezed my hand, then closed her eyes. My sister Maria was the worst off. She refused to leave her room, but also couldn't sleep. I checked on her the next morning and found her still wide awake, sitting on her bed with the crucifix from our wall clutched in her hands. She'd been like that all night. At breakfast, none of us kids mentioned what had happened, not even once. It was like we had some unspoken agreement not to talk about it. My mum acted completely normal, making pancakes and telling us to clean up the Jenga blocks we'd left scattered across the living room floor. Later that day, when the adults were busy, we kids finally discussed it in hushed voices in the backyard. It was probably just someone playing a prank, Diego suggested, but even he didn't sound convinced. On horses, at midnight, in East LA, Maria shot back. Maybe it was just a car with a weird muffler, Alex said, but we all knew what we'd heard. There was no mistaking the sound of chains dragging or the distinctive clip-clop of hooves on pavement. And the timing, right after my mum's warning, that couldn't be a coincidence. What freaks me out the most, even now years later, is that my mum wasn't surprised, not even a little bit, like she'd seen this before or at least knew it could happen. When I've tried to bring it up with her since then, she just changes the subject or says, some things are better left alone. We never stayed up past midnight in that house again, not ever, and to this day, I get a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach when I hear any kind of chain sound. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was some weird neighborhood tradition I didn't know about. Maybe someone was playing a cruel joke, but deep down, I know what we heard was real, and it wasn't human. The weirdest thing is that I've never been particularly religious, even growing up in a Catholic household, but after that night I started keeping a small crucifix in my pocket. I still do. Call it superstition or whatever. But that night showed me that my mom's warnings weren't just scare tactics to get us to behave. Sometimes, when I'm staying up late, I still catch myself checking the time. And if it's getting close to midnight, I feel this overwhelming urge to be in bed before the clock strikes 12. Because what if she was right? What if the devil really does come looking for those who ignore the warnings? I don't have an explanation for what happened that night. None of us do. But 7 people heard the same thing at the same time, right after being warned about what would happen if we stayed up too late. That's not a coincidence or mass hysteria. Whatever was outside our house that night, it came with a message, and I, for one, received it loud and clear. Story 7. I still question what I saw that night. Even as I'm typing this, I can feel my hands getting clammy like they always do when I think about it. It's been 5 years since I worked at Malone's in Philadelphia, but sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see that smile. That damn smile that makes no sense. Let me start from the beginning. I was working as a busser at this restaurant in Center City, Philadelphia, while putting myself through Temple. Malone's was this really old building from like the 1800s or something. 3 stories, with the main dining room on the first floor, the bar area on the second, and offices and storage on the third. It was one of those places with creaky floorboards and weird drafts that would make the candles flicker for no reason. I mostly worked upstairs in the bar area, which had these massive windows overlooking Market Street. During the day, it was beautiful with natural light pouring in. At night, with just the dim bar lights on, it felt different. Not necessarily scary, just old and quiet in a way that made you aware of every sound. Anyway, this happened on a Friday night in October. It had been busy earlier. Typical Friday crowd of young professionals getting hammered after work, college kids pre-gaming before hitting the clubs, and tourists who'd read about our famous Philly cheesesteak egg rolls online. By midnight, we'd finally cleared everyone out. I was exhausted, but still had closing duties to finish. It was just me and Mike, the bartender, left in the building. He was in the small office behind the bar, counting the night's money and doing paperwork while I mopped the floors. I remember I was listening to music through one earbud, so I could still hear if Mike needed anything. The restaurant owner was super strict about locking up properly, so we'd already locked the front door downstairs, the one customers use, around 11:30 when we stopped serving. I remember checking it myself after the last customer left. The mop bucket was getting gross, so I went to the bathroom to dump it and refill it with fresh water. That's when I heard it. The unmistakable sound of the heavy front door opening and then slamming shut. It was this really distinct sound that all of us who worked there knew. The door was old and had this specific creaky then slam pattern when it closed. I froze. Nobody should be coming in. We were closed and the door was locked. I put down the mop and walked toward the top of the stairs that led down to the entrance. That's when I saw him, a guy I'd never seen before coming up the stairs. He was probably in his 30s, average height, wearing khaki pants and a blue button-down shirt like he'd just come from an office job. Nothing remarkable about him except that he absolutely should not have been there. For a split second, I thought maybe he was a new employee I hadn't met yet who had keys, or perhaps a friend of Mike's coming to give him a ride home. He looked so normal, not threatening at all. In fact, as he reached the top of the stairs and saw me standing there like an idiot with my mouth half open, he smiled at me. It wasn't a creepy smile or anything, just friendly, maybe a little goofy, like we had some inside joke. He didn't say anything, just smiled, nodded slightly in my direction, and then walked past me toward the back where Mike was doing the closing paperwork. I didn't follow him, because I figured if he knew where he was going, he must belong there. Plus, I still had half the floor to mop. I went back to work, but something felt off. Why hadn't he said anything? Why hadn't I heard Mike greet him? The back office wasn't that far away. I should have heard voices. About 20 minutes later, I finished mopping and was putting away the cleaning supplies when Mike finally emerged from the office with his backpack, ready to leave. "Hey, who was that guy who came in to see you?" I asked, grabbing my own jacket from under the bar. Mike looked confused. "What guy?" "The guy in the blue shirt who came upstairs like 20 minutes ago. He walked back toward your office." Mike's face went from confused to concerned. "Dude, nobody came in. I've been alone back there the whole time." "No, I definitely saw someone come up the stairs." He smiled at me and walked toward the back. Mike shook his head. "That's not possible. The front door's locked. Has been since we closed." My stomach dropped. I knew what I'd seen, but Mike seemed genuinely clueless. "Let's check the door," I suggested, trying to keep my voice steady. We went downstairs and sure enough, the front door was still locked, deadbolt and all. You needed a key to open it from either side after hours. "Maybe he came through the kitchen door in the back," I offered, not really believing it myself. "That door had an alarm that would go off if opened after hours." "Let's check the whole place," Mike said, and I could tell he was taking me seriously now, which somehow made it worse. We did a complete sweep of the restaurant. All 3 floors, checking every bathroom stall, storage closet and hiding place. Nobody. We even went down to the basement, which was basically just a creepy storage area with ancient stone walls that everyone avoided if possible. Nothing there either, except boxes of liquor and old furniture. When we got back upstairs, Mike went straight to the security camera monitor behind the bar. Malone's had a pretty basic security system, just cameras at the front entrance, the back door, and one overlooking the bar area. We rewound the footage to about 12:15, which was around when I'd heard the door and seen the man. The front door camera showed nothing, no one entering or leaving. The bar camera showed me mopping, then going to the bathroom to empty the bucket, then coming back out and standing at the top of the stairs looking at nothing. The footage clearly showed me staring at an empty staircase, then going back to mopping, as if nothing happened. "Dude, are you feeling okay?" Mike asked. "Did you take something before work?" I hadn't. I rarely even drank back then, let alone did any drugs. I was working 2 jobs while taking a full course load. I couldn't afford to mess around, and I wasn't sleep-deprived or hungry or any of the other things that might make someone hallucinate. I was just normal. I swear I saw someone, Mike. He looked right at me and smiled. Mike looked genuinely worried now. Look, let's just finish closing up and get out of here. I don't know what you saw, but there's nobody in the building besides us. We didn't talk much as we finished locking up. Mike clearly thought I was losing it, and I was starting to wonder if he was right. But that smile, it had seemed so real, so specific. Not something my brain would just make up. As we were leaving through the back door, the only one we could exit from after hours, Mike set the alarm and pulled the door shut behind us. I remember standing there in the alley, looking up at the second-floor windows of the bar area, half expecting to see someone looking back down. But there was nothing. "You want me to call you an Uber?" Mike asked, probably thinking I was having some kind of breakdown. "No, I'm fine, I'll walk. My apartment's only a few blocks." The fresh air would do me good, I thought. Mike hesitated. "Look, weird shit happens in old buildings sometimes. Maybe you saw a shadow or something and your brain filled in the details." I nodded, not wanting to argue, but knowing that wasn't it. What I'd seen had been too specific, too solid to be my mind playing tricks. The way he'd smiled at me felt like he knew me, like he belonged there more than I did. As I walked home that night, I kept replaying the incident in my head. Could I have hallucinated it? Maybe. But it felt so real, and I've never experienced anything like that before or since. I worked at Malone's for another year after that night, and nothing similar ever happened again. I never mentioned the incident to anyone else who worked there, afraid they'd think I was crazy. But I did start asking subtle questions about the history of the building. From what I gathered from the older staff, the building had been many things over the years. A private home in the 1800s, an office building in the early 1900s, and various restaurants since the 1950s. People had died there, sure, as they would have in any building that old. But no one knew of any specific tragic incidents that would explain a haunting. I've tried to rationalize what happened many times over the years. Maybe I did hallucinate. Maybe there was a gas leak that affected just me and not Mike. Maybe there was someone in the building who found another way out before we searched. But none of these explanations feel right. What stands out most in my memory isn't the fear or confusion, it's that smile. It wasn't threatening or malicious. It was friendly, almost reassuring, like he was letting me know that everything was okay, like he was just passing through and wanted to acknowledge me. I don't know who or what I saw that night at Malone's. A ghost, a glitch in reality, a manifestation of my overtired brain. I'll probably never know, but sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still see his face. Ordinary, unremarkable, except for that goofy, friendly smile. And I wonder if he's still there, walking up those stairs every night when the restaurant goes quiet, greeting whoever happens to see him with that same warm smile before vanishing into the back room where no one will find him. The restaurant is still there if you want to check it out. I've never gone back since I quit, not out of fear, really, but because some part of me doesn't want confirmation either way. I don't want to know if he's still there, smiling at the new buses and bartenders, or worse, to find out it really was all in my head. Some things are better left as mysteries, I guess. But I know what I saw. Story 8. I never believed in ghosts. I mean, sure, ghost stories were fun at sleepovers when I was younger, but actual spirits walking among us? No way. That was before we moved into the Wilson house 3 years ago. Now, I'm not so sure anymore. My mum found the place after my parents divorced. It was a decent price for a 3-bedroom in our area. Suspicious in hindsight, but we were desperate. The real estate agent mentioned the previous family had moved out rather suddenly, but we didn't think much of it. Only later did we learn from neighbors that the Wilsons had lost their teenage son, Mark, in a motorcycle accident about a year before they left. He was only 17. The first 6 months were completely normal, just us adjusting to our new life. Mom, me, and my younger sister Emma. I was starting my second year of college and living at home to save money. Everything was ordinary, boring even. Then Dad died. Heart attack. It wasn't in our house. He was at his apartment across town, but something about his passing seemed to, I don't know, open something up in our house. The first incident happened about 2 weeks after the funeral. My best friend Jess stayed over. We'd been watching movies in the living room and fell asleep around 2 a.m. I woke up to Jess shaking me frantically. "There's someone in your house," she whispered, eyes wide with fear. I sat up, heart pounding. "What? Where?" I saw him walk past the doorway toward the kitchen. Tall guy, blonde hair. I figured maybe she'd seen my mum, who sometimes got up for water at night, except my mum has dark hair and is definitely not tall. We checked the whole house. All doors were locked, windows secured. My mom and sister were sound asleep in their rooms. No one else was there. I convinced myself Jess had been dreaming. She wasn't so sure. A month later, my cousin Tyler stayed over after a family dinner. In the morning, he asked, completely casual, "So, who's the blonde guy who lives here?" My blood ran cold. What blonde guy? The tall dude who was standing in the hallway last night. I got up to use the bathroom around 3 a.m. and saw him just standing there. I figured it was your mom's boyfriend or something. Mom didn't have a boyfriend, and again, we were the only ones in the house. By this point, I was getting freaked out, but still trying to rationalize it. Maybe our house had weird lighting effects at night. Maybe the grief of losing Dad was messing with our guests' heads somehow. Then things started happening that I couldn't explain away so easily. One night, I was doing homework at the kitchen counter. A wine glass was sitting about 2 feet away from me, totally untouched. Suddenly it just shattered. Not fell over, not tipped. It exploded like something had squeezed it from all sides simultaneously. Glass went everywhere. I had tiny cuts on my arm from the shards. There was no explanation, no sudden temperature change, no loud noise that might have caused vibrations. Nothing. The temperature thing started next. My bedroom would suddenly turn ice cold. And I don't mean a little chilly. I mean seeing your breath, fingers turning blue cold. This happened in the middle of winter with the heater running full blast. The weird part, only my room. The rest of the house stayed perfectly warm. I'd walk out into the hallway, and it was like crossing some invisible barrier between winter and normal indoor temperature. I started sleeping in the living room. What really convinced me something was wrong was the reaction of our dog, Cooper. We'd had him since he was a puppy, and he was always the most laid-back, friendly golden retriever you'd ever meet. But in this house, he refused to go down the hallway to the bedrooms at night. He'd stand at the threshold, hair raised on his back, and just stare. Sometimes he'd growl low in his throat. If you tried to pull him forward, he'd dig in his heels and whimper. I started researching the previous owners. The Wilsons had lived there for almost 20 years before suddenly moving to Arizona. Their son, Mark, had been their only child. Tall, athletic, blonde hair. He died when his motorcycle collided with a truck on the highway about a mile from our house. After that, they couldn't bear to stay. By this point, about 4 different people had reported seeing the blonde guy in our house, always at night, always in the hallway or kitchen, never speaking, just watching. I started to wonder if we were living with Mark's ghost. The most terrifying incident happened about 8 months after we moved in. My boyfriend Chris was staying over. Mum was cool with it as long as he slept on the couch. Old-fashioned, I know. Around 2 a.m., I was awakened by frantic pounding on my bedroom door. Chris was standing there white as a sheet, gasping for breath. "I'm leaving. Now. I'll call you tomorrow," he said, already heading for the front door. I followed him, confused and worried. "What happened? Are you okay?" He paused at the door, hands shaking as he tried to work the lock. "Someone pushed me off the couch. Actually pushed me." "What? Maybe you rolled off in your sleep?" No, he cut me off. I woke up because I felt hands on my chest. I opened my eyes and there was this guy leaning over me, pushing me onto the floor. Young guy, blonde hair. My stomach dropped. Did he say anything? Chris shook his head. No words. But I got this overwhelming feeling that I needed to get out, like he was telling me to leave without speaking. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm not staying here. He left and wouldn't come back to our house after that. We broke up a few weeks later. He told his friends I lived in a haunted house, which didn't exactly help my social life. After that, things escalated. Objects would move when no one was looking. The TV would turn on by itself at full volume in the middle of the night. My sister's toys would be arranged in patterns we didn't make. The strangest part was that these occurrences seemed to increase whenever male friends or family visited. My uncle stayed with us for a weekend, and his reading glasses disappeared from the nightstand, only to reappear in the freezer. A plumber came to fix our sink, and all his tools scattered across the floor when he turned his back. It was like Mark, if that's who it was especially territorial around other men. My sister Emma, who was only 9 at the time, was the only one who didn't seem bothered. Once I overheard her talking to someone in her room. When I asked who she was speaking to, she said casually, "The sad boy. He misses his mom and dad." That sent shivers down my spine. One night, about a year after we moved in, I was alone in the house. Mom had taken Emma to a sleepover, and I was catching up on schoolwork. Around midnight, I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate steps. Our dog Cooper, who was sleeping at my feet, suddenly stood up, every muscle in his body tense. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling, but Cooper's reaction told me otherwise. The footsteps stopped right outside my doorway. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't look up from my textbook. Then my bedroom door, which had been halfway open, slowly swung closed with a soft click. I spent the next hour frozen in terror before finally working up the courage to open the door and run to my car. I slept in the campus library that night. When I told my mum about all this, she surprisingly didn't dismiss it. She admitted she'd been experiencing things too, cold spots, the feeling of being watched, items moving. But she was worried about our finances. We couldn't afford to break our lease and move again so soon after Dad's death. So we adapted. We learned to live with Mark, or whatever was in our house. We established weird little rules and routines. No one slept in what would have been Mark's old room. We used it for storage. We kept the hallway light on all night. We didn't invite male friends to stay over. The most unsettling incident happened about 2 years into living there. I was home from college for winter break. It was around 3 a.m., and I got up for some water. As I passed the hallway mirror, I caught a glimpse of someone standing behind me. Tall, blonde, maybe 17 or 18 years old, wearing a leather jacket. I spun around, but no one was there. When I looked back at the mirror, I could still see him in the reflection, staring at me with the saddest eyes I've ever seen. I stood there, paralyzed, as he slowly raised his hand, as if reaching out to touch my shoulder. I could feel the air turn ice cold around me. Then my mom called out from her bedroom, asking if everything was okay, and the image in the mirror vanished. That was the only time I actually saw him myself. Last summer, something strange happened. My mom had been dating a really nice guy named Dave for about 6 months. When he started staying over occasionally, we all braced for paranormal chaos. But nothing happened. No cold spots, no moving objects, no apparitions. In fact, all activity seemed to stop completely after Dave started coming around regularly. He's a motorcycle mechanic, and he restores vintage bikes as a hobby. He has blonde hair and blue eyes, and standing next to old photos of Mark Wilson that we found online, there's an eerie resemblance. The last weird thing happened when Dave was fixing up an old Kawasaki in our garage, the same brand Mark had been riding when he died. Dave cut his hand on a piece of metal, and when he went to the kitchen sink to wash it, we all heard a distinct male voice say, "Be careful." Dave heard it too, but none of us could figure out where it came from. After that day, the presence in our house seemed to fade. No more sightings, no more cold spots, no more strange occurrences. It's been months now, and the house feels empty. Not in a bad way, just peaceful. I still don't know what to believe. Was our house haunted by the spirit of a teenage boy who wasn't ready to let go of his home? Was he watching over us after my dad died? Did he find some kind of connection with Dave that finally allowed him to move on? All I know is that sometimes, late at night when I'm home visiting from college, I still find myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a tall, blonde figure standing in the hallway. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I can feel someone watching over me with sad, protective eyes. Story 9. I still can't explain what happened to me last Tuesday night. I've been trying to make sense of it for days now, but I just can't. I'm not someone who believes in the supernatural or anything like that. I'm a pretty rational person. I work as an accountant, for crying out loud. But what I experienced on that dark country road has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I live in rural Iowa, about 25 minutes outside of Cedar Rapids. My house is this little farmhouse I inherited from my grandparents, surrounded by miles of cornfields that belong to different farmers in the area. I love living out here most of the time. It's peaceful, I know all my neighbors, and the night sky is incredible without all the light pollution. That night I was driving home from a friend's birthday party in the city. It was around 2 a.m., which is way later than I'm usually out. I'm not much of a drinker, so I was completely sober. I want to make that absolutely clear. The roads out here are pitch black at night, with no streetlights, just my headlights cutting through the darkness. County Road E63 is the main road I take to get home. It's this long, straight stretch, with cornfields on both sides. Mature corn this time of year, probably 7 or 8 feet tall. I've driven this road thousands of times. I know every curve, every dip, every pothole. But what happened that night was impossible. I was about 10 minutes from my house, cruising along at about 50 mpg, when I saw something strange up ahead. At first, I thought maybe a tree had fallen across the road, so I slowed down. As I got closer, I realized what I was seeing made no sense at all. There was corn growing across the entire width of the road, like the cornfields on either side had somehow extended to meet in the middle overnight. I came to a complete stop about 20 feet away from this barrier, I guess you'd call it. My headlights illuminated a solid wall of corn stalks stretching from one field to the other. It wasn't just a few stalks that had fallen over or something. This was a dense row of fully grown corn, complete with roots that seemed to be growing right through the asphalt. My first thought was that I'd somehow taken a wrong turn and ended up in a field, but that was impossible. The road was still beneath my tires, and the yellow line was visible right up to where the corn started. I checked my GPS, and it confirmed I was exactly where I was supposed to be, on County Road E63. I put my car in park and just sat there for a minute, trying to process what I was seeing. There were no detour signs, no construction markers, nothing to indicate that the road was closed or that this was some kind of planned thing. And who would plant corn across a county road anyway? It made no sense. I rolled down my window and listened. Dead silence. No cars, no distant farm equipment, no animals, just the soft rustling of the corn stalks in the light breeze. The smell of soil and the sweet scent of corn filled my car. It was real corn, not some kind of prop or anything. I checked my phone. No signal, which isn't unusual out here. I was completely alone with this impossible cornfield growing across the road. I considered my options. I could turn around and try to find another way home, but the back roads around here are confusing even in daylight, and some of them aren't even paved. It would add at least 40 minutes to my trip, or I could just try to drive through it. The corn looked dense, but maybe it would just fall over if I drove into it slowly. My car is pretty small, just a Honda Civic, but cornstalks aren't exactly oak trees. After sitting there for maybe 5 minutes, getting increasingly freaked out by the silence and the sheer wrongness of what I was seeing, I decided to just go for it. I put the car back in drive, took a deep breath, and slowly accelerated toward the wall of corn. As the front of my car made contact with the first stalks, I braced myself, expecting resistance or the sound of plants being crushed under my tires. But what happened instead was, I can't even describe how bizarre it felt. The corn didn't fall over, it didn't break, it just gave way. It was like driving through a curtain, or maybe like those scenes in movies where someone runs through what they think is a solid wall, but turns out to be an illusion. There was this weird sensation, not quite resistance, but like the air got thicker for a second, almost like driving through water but without getting wet. My ears popped, and there was this soft humming sound that seemed to come from inside my own head. And then, just like that, I was through it. The whole thing lasted maybe 2 seconds. I immediately hit the brakes and looked in my rearview mirror. The corn wall was still there, but now there was a car-sized hole right through the middle of it, like a tunnel. I could see the road behind me, through this gap. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. What the hell had just happened? I sat there for a minute, trying to calm down, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was just some elaborate prank. But who would go to the trouble of planting an entire row of corn across a county road just to freak out the occasional driver at 2 a.m.? I decided I needed to get home. This was too weird, and sitting there wasn't helping. I drove the rest of the way home with my heart pounding, constantly checking my rearview mirror as if expecting the corn to follow me somehow. When I got home, I was still so shaken that I called my closest neighbor Dan, even though it was nearly 2:30 a.m. by then. Dan's lived out here his whole life and knows everything that happens in the county. If anyone would know about weird corn growing across roads, it would be him. He answered on the 5th ring, groggy and confused. When I told him what I'd seen, he thought I was pranking him at first. But when he realized how freaked out I was, he took me more seriously. He said he'd driven that same stretch of road around 10 p.m. on his way back from his sister's place, and there had been nothing unusual about it then. No corn across the road, no construction, nothing. I barely slept that night. I kept replaying the experience in my mind, trying to find some rational explanation. Maybe I had hallucinated the whole thing, but it had felt so real. The smell of the corn, the sensation of passing through it, the hole in the barrier that I'd seen in my rearview mirror. The next morning, I woke up early and decided I needed to go back and check. I had to see if there was any evidence of what I'd experienced, or if the corn wall was still there. I drove back to that same stretch of road around 7 a.m., heart racing as I approached the spot where it had happened. There was nothing there. Just the normal road with cornfields on either side, exactly as it had always been. I pulled over and got out of my car to look more closely. At first, I thought there was absolutely no evidence that anything unusual had happened. But then, at the edge of the road, I noticed a few scattered cornstalks lying in the ditch. Not enough to suggest an entire wall had been there, but enough to tell me I hadn't completely imagined the whole thing. I picked up one of the stalks and examined it. It looked like normal corn, felt like normal corn, but how could an entire wall of corn appear across a road at night and then completely vanish by morning, leaving only a few stalks behind? I drove slowly along that stretch, looking for any other signs, any clue as to what had happened. The asphalt was intact, no signs of roots having pushed through it like I'd seen the night before. The cornfields on either side looked normal too, with no obvious gap where corn might have been harvested or removed. Over the next few days, I asked around town if anyone else had experienced anything strange on that road. Nobody had. I drove past that spot at different times of day and night, but the corn wall never reappeared. I even asked the farmers who owned the fields on either side if they knew anything about it. They looked at me like I was crazy. I've spent hours researching similar experiences online, looking for any scientific explanation for what I saw. The closest thing I can come up with is some kind of mass hallucination, but I was completely alone out there. And hallucinations don't leave physical evidence like those corn stalks I found the next morning. The only term I could find that comes close to describing what I experienced is ghost corn, like some kind of agricultural phantom that appeared and disappeared without explanation. But I don't believe in ghosts. At least I didn't before that night. It's been almost a week now, and I still can't stop thinking about it. I've started taking a different route home, even though it adds 15 minutes to my drive. I just can't bring myself to drive down that stretch of County Road E63 at night anymore. What bothers me most isn't just that I can't explain what happened. It's that I felt something when I drove through that corn barrier. Something I can't put into words. Like for just a moment, I was somewhere else. Or maybe between places. And sometimes I wonder if I really did come back to the same world I left, or if something imperceptible changed during those few seconds when my ears popped and that humming filled my head. I know how crazy this all sounds. If someone told me this story, I'd assume they were drunk or making it up for attention. But I know what I experienced. I know what I saw, what I smelled, what I felt. And every time I drive past those cornfields now, even in broad daylight, I can't help but wonder if that wall of corn is somehow still there, invisible during the day, waiting for the right moment to reappear. And what would have happened if I'd chosen to turn around that night instead of driving through? Story 10. I never thought I'd be sharing this. It's been bothering me for years now, and I still don't have any answers. Just writing this makes my hands shake a little. Back in the summer of 2018, I was 17 and living with my parents in a small house at the edge of town. Our backyard faced an empty field that stretched about half a mile before hitting the woods. My bedroom was on the second floor with 2 windows overlooking that field. That summer was particularly boring. My parents had strict rules about curfew. I had to be home by 10 p.m., no exceptions. For a teenager, that felt like torture, especially since all my friends could stay out later. So I started sneaking out. It was pretty easy. My parents went to bed around 11, and by midnight they were dead asleep. I'd wait until I heard my dad's unmistakable snoring, then carefully open my window, climb onto the small roof extension over our back porch, and shimmy down the drain pipe. I got really good at it, could do the whole maneuver silently in under a minute. I wasn't doing anything particularly wild during these escapes. Usually, I'd just meet up with a few friends at the 24-hour diner by the highway, or sometimes hang out at the playground in the neighborhood park. We'd talk, listen to music, smoke a few cigarettes, typical teenage rebellion stuff. I'd always be back by 3 a.m., using the same route to get back into my room. No one ever caught me. Then the lights started appearing. The first time I noticed it was in early July. I'd snuck out to meet my friend Tyler, came back around 2:30 a.m. and fell asleep almost immediately. But roughly an hour later, something woke me up. A bright light was shining through my window, slowly moving across my room as if scanning everything. It was intense, white with an almost blue tint to it, and it moved methodically from one side of my window to the other. My first thought was that it was just a car turning around in our driveway. But that didn't make sense. We lived on a dead-end street, and our driveway wasn't visible from my window. Plus, this light moved way too slowly and deliberately for car headlights. I froze in my bed, not wanting to move while the light passed over me. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, then disappeared. The moment it was gone, I jumped out of bed and ran to the window. Nothing. The field was empty, the night still. No car, no flashlight, no explanation for what I'd just seen. I convinced myself it was probably just someone walking through the field with a powerful flashlight. Maybe a neighbor checking their property line or something. It was weird, but not scary enough to keep me from sneaking out again a few nights later. The second time I saw the light was after another night out. Same pattern. I returned around 2:30 a.m., fell asleep, and about an hour later, the light appeared again. This time, I was less startled and more curious. I watched as it methodically moved across my room, illuminating everything in that strange bluish-white glow. Again, when I checked outside after it passed, there was nothing there. This pattern continued throughout July. Every time I snuck out, the light would appear about an hour after I got back, never on nights when I stayed home. It was like whatever was producing that light knew when I'd broken the rules. By August, I was getting seriously freaked out by it. I tried setting up my phone to record while I slept, but the recording showed the light coming through the window without capturing its source. I even stayed awake one night, waiting for it. When it appeared, I ran to the window immediately and saw nothing but empty field. That's when I realized there was something really wrong about this light. It wasn't just that I couldn't identify the source, it was that the light itself seemed to be coming from nowhere. No beam stretching across the yard, no distant flashlight or vehicle, just a bright glow appearing directly at my window. I started sleeping with my blinds shut, but that actually made it worse. The light would shine through anyway, creating this eerie filtered glow through the plastic slats, and I couldn't see out to check what was causing it. At least with the blinds open, I could look outside right away. By mid-August, I'd almost grown accustomed to it. I was still sneaking out and the light was still appearing afterward, but it had become part of my routine. Weird, unexplained, but seemingly harmless. Then came the night of August 23rd. I remember the date precisely because it was my friend's birthday, and we'd had a small get-together at the park. I snuck back in around 3 a.m., later than usual, and fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. The light woke me up as always, but this time something was different. It was brighter, more intense, and it lingered longer at my window. As it passed over me, I felt a strange, static sensation on my skin, like the air was electrically charged. Then the light disappeared, and in the sudden darkness, I heard it. A scratching sound at my window. Not loud, but persistent. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then a tapping like fingernails on glass. Then more scratching, harder this time, as if something was trying to pry open the storm window from the outside. I was paralyzed with fear. My room was on the second floor. Nothing should be able to reach my window from outside unless it was climbing the side of the house. The scratching turned into a rattling as the whole storm window began to shake in its frame. Whatever was out there was getting more aggressive, more determined to get in. I could hear the metal frame of the storm window vibrating against the wooden sill, getting louder and more violent. I don't know where I found the courage, but something in me snapped. I had to see what was doing this. I rolled out of bed and crawled across my floor, staying below window level. The rattling continued, growing more violent. When I reached the window, I took a deep breath, then quickly raised my head to peek outside. Nothing, absolutely nothing was there, but the window was still rattling, still being pulled and pushed by something I couldn't see. I watched in horror as the metal latch that kept the storm window closed bent slightly under pressure from an invisible force. I scrambled backward until I hit the far wall, unable to process what I was seeing. The rattling continued for another minute, growing louder, more desperate, then stopped suddenly, leaving a silence that felt even more threatening than the noise. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat in the corner of my room with my baseball bat until sunrise, watching the window, terrified that whatever had been trying to get in would return. When morning finally came, I checked the storm window. The metal latch was definitely bent, and there were these strange smudges on the glass. Not fingerprints exactly, more like faint cloudy patches that disappeared when the sun hit them directly. That was the last time I snuck out that summer. I told my parents I wasn't feeling well for several days, just so I could stay home at night. When school started in September, I had a legitimate reason to be home every evening, and gradually I started to forget about the light and the thing that had tried to get into my room. The light stopped appearing once I stopped sneaking out. Not immediately. For about a week after that terrifying night, the light still came, still scanned my room, but there was no more scratching or rattling. Then it just stopped. By October, I had almost convinced myself it had been my imagination, or some elaborate prank by neighborhood kids that they eventually got bored with. For the next few years, nothing happened. I graduated high school, started community college, and eventually moved into an apartment with a roommate closer to campus. I never told anyone about the light or the window incident. How could I explain it without sounding crazy? I came back to stay with my parents this summer because my apartment lease ended and my new place isn't available until next month. Being back in my old bedroom brought back all those memories, but I figured it was ancient history. Whatever that thing had been, it was long gone. 3 nights ago, I was up late studying for a summer course, sitting at my old desk by the window. Around 3:30 a.m., I noticed the room getting brighter. That familiar bluish-white glow was slowly spreading across my desk, my hands, my textbook. The light had returned. I froze, pencil still in hand, as the light methodically scanned across the room, just like it used to. But this made no sense. I hadn't snuck out. I hadn't broken any rules. I'm 21 now. I can come and go as I please. There was no reason for it to be watching me again. When the light reached the far side of the room and began to fade, I forced myself to look out the window. The field was empty, just as it had always been during these episodes, but as I pressed my face closer to the glass to get a better view, I noticed something in the corner of my eye, a faint distortion in the air about 10 feet from the house, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, but it was the middle of the night and cool outside. As I watched, the distortion seemed to shift, to take on a vague shape, not exactly human, but not entirely unlike one either, taller, thinner, with proportions that seemed just slightly wrong. The air shimmered around it, and for just a second, I thought I could make out 2 points of light where eyes might be, staring directly at me. Then it was gone. No dramatic exit, no flash of light. Just gone, leaving me wondering if I'd actually seen anything at all. The light has returned every night since then, always around 3:30 a.m. I'm writing this after the 3rd night. Each time I've checked the window afterward, and each time I've seen that same distortion, that same almost shape in the field, watching my house, watching me. I don't understand what it wants. When I was a teenager, it seemed to be monitoring me for sneaking out, maybe even punishing me for breaking rules by trying to get into my room that night. But now, I haven't done anything to trigger its attention. Why has it returned? Last night, after the light passed, I saw that distortion again, but it was closer to the house. And this morning, when I checked the window, I found the same cloudy smudges on the outside of the glass that I'd seen years ago after the rattling incident. I'm staying at a friend's place tonight. I can't be in that room anymore, but I can't shake the feeling that it doesn't matter where I go. That light will find me again. It's been watching me for years, waiting for something, and I'm terrified to find out what that something is. Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about that house in Missouri. It's been almost 20 years, but those memories are as vivid as if they happened yesterday. I was 10 years old when my mum, my older brother and I moved into that small 2-bedroom house on the outskirts of a tiny town in central Missouri. Even now, I can't bring myself to name the town. I don't want anyone to find that house. From the moment we pulled into the driveway, something felt off about the place. It wasn't anything obvious. The house looked normal enough from the outside. White siding that had seen better days, a small front porch with peeling paint, an overgrown yard. But there was something heavy about the air around it. I remember my mum commenting on how quiet it was compared to our old apartment in St. Louis, but it wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was like the kind of silence that makes you want to whisper. The inside wasn't much better. The previous owners had left some old furniture behind. A lumpy couch with a floral pattern, a dining table with mismatched chairs, and some shelves built into the walls. The layout was strange too. You'd enter through the front door into a narrow hallway that ran straight through the house. My mum's bedroom was at the front of the house, just off the hallway. My bedroom was in the middle, and my brother's room was at the back. The kitchen and living room were on the other side of the hall. My brother Mark was 17 then, and worked evenings at the local gas station, so he wasn't home much. My dad wasn't in the picture anymore. He'd left when I was 5. So most evenings, it was just me and my mom. The first few weeks were uneventful. I started at my new school, made a few friends, and tried to adjust to small-town life. But I never felt comfortable in that house, especially at night. I'd always been the type of kid who could fall asleep anywhere. But in that house, I'd lie awake for hours, staring at the ceiling and listening to the sounds of the house settling. It was about a month after we moved in when the first strange thing happened. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard what sounded like someone walking in the hallway. Heavy steps, like someone wearing boots. I called out, thinking maybe Mark had come home early from work, but no one answered. When I peeked into the hallway, it was empty. I figured maybe it was just the house making noise. Old houses do that, right? But then it started happening regularly. Always the same heavy footsteps in the hallway. Always when I was alone, or when my mom was asleep. I tried telling her about it once, but she just blamed it on the house being old, or said it was probably just the neighbors. Our nearest neighbors were a quarter-mile away, so that made no sense. But I didn't argue. Then came that night in November that I'll never forget. It was cold outside, and Mom had cranked up the heat. I was lying in bed, wide awake as usual, with my door closed. It must have been around midnight. The house was completely silent except for the occasional hum of the heating system. That's when I heard it. The front door didn't open, I would have heard that, but suddenly there were footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps. Heavy, like someone wearing work boots. Thud, thud, thud. They were coming from the front of the house, moving down the hallway toward my room. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Thud, thud, thud. They weren't the rushed steps of someone trying to sneak around. They were confident, like whoever, or whatever, was making them didn't care if they were heard. The footsteps stopped directly in front of my door. I was holding my breath, my heart pounding so loud I was sure whatever was in the hallway could hear it. There was a pause that felt like it lasted forever. I was convinced my door was about to swing open, and I'd see... I don't know what I thought I'd see, but the thought terrified me. Then my mom coughed in her sleep and turned over in her bed. I could hear the creak of her mattress through the thin walls, and just like that, the footsteps started again, but this time they were moving away from my door, back toward the front of the house. Thud, thud, thud. Getting fainter and fainter until they disappeared completely. I lay there, rigid with fear, for what felt like hours. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. The next morning, I asked my mom if she'd gotten up during the night. She hadn't. I asked Mark, but he said he'd been at work until 2 a.m., and by then, the footsteps were long gone. I started sleeping with my light on after that. I'd convinced myself that if I could see everything in my room, nothing could hurt me, but the footsteps returned, always following the same pattern, always stopping at my door, always retreating when my mom made a noise. About 2 months after the first footstep incident, something new happened. It was a school night and I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. I had my small bedside lamp on, casting a warm glow across my room. I was drifting off, that weird space between being awake and asleep, when I felt something. It's hard to describe, but it was like a change in the air pressure in my room, like when someone opens a door to a room you're in, and you feel that slight shift. But my door was closed, and I was facing it, so I would have seen if it opened. Then I heard it, a little girl's voice right next to my ear, so close I could feel the warm breath on my skin. "Get out," it whispered. The voice was clear as day, not some half-dream hallucination. It was a young voice, maybe 6 or 7 years old, but there was something off about it, something not quite human. I jerked upright, my heart racing. I scanned my room, but of course I was alone. I was too terrified to get out of bed, so I just pulled the covers over my head and stayed there until morning, not sleeping a wink. I didn't tell my mom about the voice. I was afraid she'd think I was making it up, or worse, that something was wrong with me. Instead, I started spending as much time as possible outside the house. I'd go to friends' houses after school or hang out at the library until it closed. Anything to avoid being in that house, especially alone, but I couldn't avoid it forever. One evening, about a week after hearing the girl's voice, I was in my mom's room. She was folding laundry, and I was sitting on her bed, just keeping her company because I didn't want to be alone. Mark was at work, so it was just the two of us. We were talking about something mundane, probably school or what to have for dinner, when we both heard it at the same time. A man's voice, coming from inside the room with us. It wasn't loud, more like a murmur, and I couldn't make out what it said, but it was definitely a man's voice. Mom froze, the shirt she was folding still in her hands. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, unable to speak. For the first time, I wasn't alone in experiencing the strangeness of the house. Mom looked scared, which terrified me even more because she was never scared of anything. She checked the whole house, looking in closets, under beds, behind curtains. She even went outside to see if someone was playing a trick on us. But there was no one. Just like there had been no little girl whispering in my ear, and no one making those heavy footsteps in the hallway. After that night, things escalated. The footsteps became more frequent. Sometimes they'd pace back and forth in the hallway for hours. Other times, we'd hear what sounded like furniture being moved in empty rooms. Once, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen were open when we woke up, though we'd definitely closed them before going to bed. My mum started to believe me about all the previous incidents, and we'd often huddle together in her room at night, listening to the sounds of something, moving around our house. She talked about moving, but we couldn't afford it. The rent on this house was dirt cheap, which should have been our first clue something was wrong with it. One night, I woke up around 3 a.m. with an intense feeling of being watched. I opened my eyes and saw a dark figure standing in the corner of my room. It was too dark to make out details, but it was definitely human-shaped, and definitely not a piece of furniture or a shadow from outside. As I stared at it, frozen in terror, it seemed to grow taller, stretching up toward the ceiling until it was impossibly tall. I screamed. I screamed so loud that my throat hurt the next day. My mum came running, flipping on the light as she entered my room. The figure was gone, but the corner where it had stood felt colder than the rest of the room. That was the final straw for my mom. The next day, she called in sick to work and started looking for another place for us to live. It took almost a month of increasing activity in the house. Footsteps, voices, items moving or disappearing and reappearing in strange places. We all saw the dark figure at different times, always in corners or doorways, always vanishing when the lights came on. Finally, in early spring, we found another rental on the other side of town. It was more expensive, and my mum had to pick up extra shifts to afford it. But we moved out of that house as fast as we could. We didn't even wait for the lease to end. Mum forfeited our security deposit just to get us out of there quickly. The new house wasn't as nice. It was smaller, and the neighborhood wasn't as good. But from the first night there, I could sleep again. The oppressive feeling that had hung over me for months was gone. No footsteps, no whispers, no dark figures in corners. A few weeks after we moved, I overheard my mom talking to a friend on the phone. She was asking about the history of our old house. I only caught bits of the conversation, but I heard her say children and fire and tragedy. Later, when I asked her about it, she brushed it off, saying it was nothing important, but she had that look on her face the one adults get when they're hiding something from kids to protect them. I tried searching for information myself, but this was before every small town had its history digitized and available online. The local library had some old newspapers on microfiche, but nothing that mentioned our house specifically. Whatever had happened there, it hadn't made the headlines, or the records were lost to time. We stayed in that small Missouri town until I finished middle school, then moved to Kansas City when my mom got a better job. Mark went off to college. Life moved on. But I've never forgotten that house or the things we experienced there. Sometimes I still dream about those footsteps in the hallway. In the dreams, my door slowly opens, and I see what's been walking back and forth all those nights. I always wake up before I can make out its face, but the terror lingers all day. I've lived in many places since then. Apartments, houses, even a brief stint in a college dorm. I've never experienced anything paranormal in any of them. Whatever was in that Missouri house stayed there, waiting for the next family desperate enough to accept the suspiciously low rent. I've often thought about trying to find out who lives there now, maybe warning them. But what would I say? Watch out for footsteps in the hallway and whispers in the dark. They'd think I was crazy. Maybe they don't even experience what we did. Maybe whatever was there only showed itself to us for reasons I'll never understand. All I know is that house changed me. I still sleep with a small light on. I still can't stand the sound of heavy boots on hardwood floors. And I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I've just heard a little girl whisper, "Get out," right next to my ear. Story 12. I still don't know what happened that night. It's been 3 months, and I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, checked with my phone carrier, and even researched similar experiences online. Nothing makes sense, and I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or can offer some explanation. This happened during winter break when I was visiting my parents' house. I'm in my 2nd year of college, and my sister Megan is still in high school. My parents live in this old 2-story house in rural Pennsylvania that they bought when I was around 10. It's one of those places where the floors creak and the heating makes weird noises at night, but you get used to it. That night, I was up late in my bedroom playing some game on my laptop. My sleep schedule was completely messed up from finals week, so 3 a.m. was basically mid-evening for me. My bedroom is at the end of the upstairs hallway, and Megan's room is about 20 feet down the same hall. My parents sleep downstairs in the master bedroom on the other side of the house. I remember it was freezing that night. We'd had a snowstorm earlier, and the wind was still howling outside, making the old windows rattle. I had my headphones on, but wasn't really talking to anyone, just listening to music while grinding through some dungeon. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I remember the time because I checked it right after, my phone lit up on my desk with an incoming call. It was from Megan. I thought it was weird because, like, her room was just down the hall. Why would she call instead of just coming over or texting? I pulled my headphones off and reached for my phone, but before I could answer, the call ended. It rang only about 3 times. I figured maybe she pocket-dialed me or changed her mind, but I was curious, so I decided to check on her. The hallway was dark except for the small nightlight near the bathroom. I remember how quiet it was, just the wind outside and the house creaking from the cold. Our parents keep the heat low at night to save on the electric bill, so I could see my breath a little in the hallway. I was about halfway to Megan's room when I heard it. A scream. Not like a horror movie scream, but a real, terrified scream that made my stomach drop. "Someone's in here! Someone's in here!" was Megan, and she sounded absolutely terrified. I ran the rest of the way and threw her door open. Her nightlight was on, giving the room a dim orange glow. She was sitting up in bed, pressed against the headboard, her blankets pulled up to her chin, and she was sobbing. "What's wrong? What happened?" I asked, rushing to her side. I quickly scanned the room, but didn't see anyone. Megan was hyperventilating, pointing at the foot of her bed and then to the corner of her room. "There was someone. There was something right here," she gasped, indicating the space right in front of her face. It was right over me, looking at me. I checked her closet under her bed behind her door, nowhere for anyone to hide. Her window was locked from the inside with frost patterns on the glass. There was no way someone could have gotten in and out without me seeing them in the hallway. "I think you had a nightmare," I said, sitting on the edge of her bed. "I got your call and was coming to check on you." She looked at me, confused. "What call?" "I didn't call you." "Yeah, you did. Just now, like a minute ago. That's why I was coming to your room." Megan shook her head emphatically. "No, I didn't. My phone isn't even in here. I left it in my purse downstairs." I felt a cold chill that had nothing to do with the house's temperature. "But I got a call from your number. It's what made me come check on you." "That's not possible," she insisted. "I woke up because I felt something watching me. I opened my eyes and there was this shadow or something. It was right in front of my face, just inches away. I could feel it breathing." She started crying again. It was so dark, darker than the rest of the room, and it was shaped like a person, but not quite right. At this point, my parents came rushing in, woken up by the screaming. Dad had his old baseball bat, and Mom was in her robe asking what was going on. We explained what happened, Megan's side of the story anyway. I didn't mention the phone call yet. I wanted to verify that first. After calming Megan down and assuring them there was no intruder, my parents went back to bed. Dad checked all the doors and windows before going back downstairs, and Mom made Megan some warm milk to help her sleep. When we were alone again, I asked Megan where her phone was. "In my purse, on the kitchen counter. I always leave it there to charge overnight." We went downstairs together. Neither of us wanted to be alone at this point, and found her purse exactly where she said it would be. Her phone was inside, plugged into the charger, with 82% battery. "See," she said, "I didn't call you." I pulled out my phone and showed her my call log. There it was, plain as day. Megan Mobile at 3:17 a.m., duration 16 seconds. "Check your call history," I said. She did, scrolling through her recent calls. Nothing from tonight. The last call she'd made was to her friend Ashley around 9 p.m. "This doesn't make sense," I said, feeling that cold sensation again. "Someone called me from your number." "Maybe it was a glitch," she suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. We checked her phone settings, looked at her call logs in the phone app and her carrier app, restarted her phone. Nothing. According to her phone, she hadn't made any calls to anyone after 9 p.m. It was around 4 a.m. by now, and we were both exhausted and freaked out. We decided to sleep in the living room with all the lights on. Neither of us wanted to go back upstairs. The next morning, I called my service provider. The customer service rep confirmed that yes, according to their records, I had received a 16-second call from Megan's number at 3:17 a.m. But when Megan called her provider, they had no record of any outgoing call from her phone at that time. It gets even weirder. That afternoon, I was helping Mom with the laundry when she mentioned that the security camera at the front door had captured something strange. My parents had installed one of those doorbell cameras after some packages were stolen in the neighborhood last year. The camera had triggered at 3:16 a.m., 1 minute before the phantom call, and recorded about 30 seconds of footage. In the video, there's nothing visible at first, just the front porch covered in snow, the motion sensor light on. Then, about 20 seconds in, a dark shadow moves across the porch. Not like a person's shadow, but like a patch of deeper darkness, almost like a void that absorbed the light around it. It moved from one side of the porch to the other, then disappeared off camera. 1 minute later, at 3:17 a.m., I received the call from Megan's phone. We were all freaked out, but my dad tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an animal, or the wind blowing snow across the porch, creating a weird shadow effect. Maybe the phone thing was just some bizarre technical glitch. The security company suggested it might have been interference from the snowstorm affecting the camera. But Megan and I know better. Whatever that shadow was on the porch, I think it was the same thing she saw hovering over her bed. And somehow it used her phone to call me, to make sure I would come to her room right when she needed help. The thing that still haunts me is the timing. If I hadn't received that call, I wouldn't have been walking to her room right when she woke up and saw that thing. I wouldn't have heard her screams. I would have stayed in my room with my headphones on, playing my game, completely unaware. Sometimes I think about what might have happened if I hadn't gone to check on her. What was that shadow going to do? Was it trying to hurt her or take her somewhere? And why did it want me to intervene? The strangest part came about a week later. Megan was going through her photo gallery and found a picture she didn't remember taking. It was a dark, blurry image that looked like it was taken from her bed, pointing toward her bedroom door. The timestamp on the photo was 3:17 a.m., the exact moment I received the call. We've tried to forget about it, but I can't. Every time my phone rings in the middle of the night, my heart stops for a second. I've changed my ringtone, turned off my notifications at night, but nothing helps. I still wake up sometimes around 3 a.m. with the feeling that something is watching me from the corner of my room. I've moved my bed so my back is against the wall, and I sleep with the lights on more often than I'd like to admit. I don't know what happened that night. Was it some kind of entity that wanted to harm my sister, or was it trying to protect her by making sure I came to her room? Was it a glitch in reality, or something supernatural? I still check my call logs regularly, half expecting to see another phantom call. All I know is that something called me from my sister's phone when her phone was downstairs, and that call led me to her room right as she was confronted by something unexplainable. The call exists in my records, but not in hers. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear my ringtone faintly in the distance, even when my phone is right beside me, silent and dark. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I'm starting to think I might never find an explanation, but I can't stop looking for one. That shadow, the phone call, the perfect timing of it all. It feels like something was orchestrating the whole thing. But why? What did it want? And most importantly, will it happen again? Story 13. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me 4 years ago. I've tried telling a couple of people, but they either think I'm making it up or that I was hallucinating from stress. I guess writing it down might help me process it, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. My grandmother grew up in Tuxbury, a tiny village in rural England that most people have never heard of. When I was little, she used to tell me stories about the local folklore. One that always stuck with me was about the church Grimm. According to her, whenever a new church and cemetery were built, the first person buried there was cursed to guard the grounds for eternity. They'd become what locals called a church Grimm, a spirit that protected the cemetery and church from evil. To spare humans this fate, villagers would often sacrifice a black dog and bury it first instead. Gran said these church Grimms would appear as large black dogs with glowing red eyes, and they'd ring the church bells before someone in the village died. She told me seeing one was bad luck, but sometimes they protected innocent people from harm. As a kid, I thought it was just another one of Gran's stories to keep me from wandering into graveyards at night. I didn't think much about it for years, not until I was 17 and visiting my aunt in England after Gran passed away. Aunt Maggie lived in a modern house about 20 minutes from Tuxbury. One afternoon, I decided to walk to the village to see the church Gran had talked about so much. It was early April, overcast but not raining, typical English weather. The walk was longer than I expected, and by the time I reached St. Michael's Church, my feet were killing me. The church itself was small and old, built from grey stone that had darkened with age. The cemetery wrapped around it, with weathered headstones tilting at odd angles. I wandered through, reading inscriptions and taking pictures with my phone. Some of the graves dated back to the 1700s, the names and dates worn nearly smooth. I was about to head back when I noticed something moving between two large tombstones near the back of the cemetery. When I got closer, I saw it was a small black puppy. He couldn't have been more than a few months old, with floppy ears and paws too big for his body. He was just sitting there, watching me. "Hey there, buddy," I said softly, approaching slowly so I wouldn't scare him. "Are you lost?" The puppy didn't run away. He just tilted his head as if trying to understand me. He wasn't wearing a collar and he looked a bit thin. I figured someone had abandoned him or he'd wandered away from home. Either way, I couldn't just leave him there with night coming on. When I knelt down, he came right over to me, tail wagging. I checked him for injuries, but didn't find any. He seemed healthy enough, just hungry. "Come on," I said, picking him up. "Let's see if anyone in town knows who you belong to." As I carried him towards the cemetery gate, I heard voices coming from behind the church. Two men, talking quietly but intensely. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but something in their tone made me stop and listen. "Another one, just like the others?" one man was saying. His voice was deep with a slight accent I couldn't place. "Yeah, just some tourist," the second man replied. "Nobody'll miss her for days. Easy pickings, wandering around alone like that." My blood went cold. Were they talking about me? I clutched the puppy tighter and started backing away as quietly as possible. "What about the car?" the first man asked. "Down the old logging road," said the second. "We grab her, take her there, finish it clean like the last three." I needed to get out of there, fast. But as I turned to run, my foot caught on a root and I stumbled. The noise wasn't loud, but in the quiet cemetery it might as well have been a gunshot. "What was that?" one of them said. "Someone's there. Check it out." I ducked behind a large tombstone, heart pounding so hard I was sure they'd hear it. The puppy in my arms was completely still now, not making a sound. I peered around the edge of the stone and saw them. Two men in their 30s or 40s, one tall and thin, the other shorter and stockier. Both were dressed normally in jeans and jackets, not looking at all like the killers they apparently were. They were moving methodically through the graves, checking behind each one. It was only a matter of time before they found me. My phone was in my pocket, but I knew I couldn't call for help without them hearing me. The village was too far away for anyone to hear if I screamed. I needed to make a run for it. The cemetery gate was about 50 yards away, and if I could get through it and onto the main road, maybe I'd have a chance. I waited until they were checking the far side of the cemetery, then I stood up to run. That's when the shorter man spotted me. "There she is!" he shouted, and they both started running toward me. I bolted for the gate, but I knew I wouldn't make it. They were faster, and the puppy in my arms slowed me down. But I couldn't drop him. I don't know why, but something told me he needed protection too. I was about halfway to the gate when I felt the puppy squirming in my arms. He was getting warmer, not just warm, but hot, like his body was running a fever. I looked down and nearly dropped him in shock. His eyes were glowing, not reflecting light like animals' eyes sometimes do, actually glowing, a deep ruby red that seemed to pulse with each of my heartbeats. Then he started to change. It happened so fast, I could barely process it. The small puppy in my arms grew heavier, larger, his black fur becoming thicker and coarser. I had to let go as his body expanded, and he dropped to the ground with a thud that seemed to shake the earth. Where the puppy had been, now stood a massive black dog, easily the size of a Great Dane, but broader, more muscular. His eyes blazed red like burning coals, and when he pulled back his lips, his teeth gleamed unnaturally white and sharp in the fading light. The men stopped dead in their tracks. The shorter one cursed loudly. "What the fuck is that?" the taller one whispered. The dog. I still thought of him as the puppy somehow, positioned himself between me and the men. A low growl rumbled from his chest, so deep I could feel it vibrating through the ground. "It's just a dog," the shorter man said, pulling something from his jacket pocket, a knife. "Go around it." The dog's growl became a snarl, and without warning he lunged at the shorter man. It happened so fast. 1 second the man was standing there with his knife. The next he was on the ground with the dog at his throat. There was a horrible scream that cut off abruptly, and I turned away, unable to watch. The taller man was frozen for a moment, then he turned to run. But the dog was faster, much faster. He seemed to flow like a shadow across the ground, overtaking the man before he'd gone 10 steps. I heard another scream, then silence. I stood there, shaking, unable to move. Part of me wanted to run away, but another part knew that whatever this creature was, it had just saved my life. After what seemed like forever, but was probably less than a minute, I heard the soft padding of paws on grass. The dog was coming back toward me, and I tensed, wondering if I was next. But as he approached, I noticed he was getting smaller with each step. By the time he reached me, he was just a puppy again. The same small black puppy I'd picked up earlier. Except now his muzzle was dark with blood, and he was dragging something in his mouth. I nearly threw up when I realized it was a human hand, severed at the wrist, with the knife still clutched in its fingers. The puppy dropped it at my feet like a gift, then sat down, looking up at me with normal brown eyes. The red glow was gone, as if it had never been. I don't know how long I stood there, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Eventually, I became aware that it was getting dark, and I needed to leave. I should have called the police, I know that now, but I was in shock. All I could think about was getting away from there. I picked up the puppy again, carefully, half expecting him to transform in my arms. But he just licked my hand, as if nothing unusual had happened. I walked quickly to the cemetery gate, wanting nothing more than to be anywhere else. But when I got there, something strange happened. I stepped through easily enough, but the puppy whined and squirmed when I tried to carry him through. I set him down, and he walked up to the gate, but stopped at the threshold, as if an invisible barrier was preventing him from crossing. That's when I remembered Gran's stories about the Church Grim, about how it was bound to protect the cemetery for eternity. "You're the Grim, aren't you?" I whispered. "You're Kirk." The name just came to me, Kirk, from the old word for church. The puppy's ears perked up, and he wagged his tail. I don't know what made me say what I said next. It just felt right somehow. "Kirk, I release you from your duty as guardian of this place. You've saved me, and I thank you. You're free to go wherever you choose." For a moment, nothing happened. Then Kirk stepped through the gate as easily as if the barrier had never been there. He jumped up, putting his paws on my leg, and I picked him up again. I walked back to my aunt's house in a daze, Kirk tucked under my jacket. I never told her or anyone else what had happened. I claimed I'd found a stray puppy and wanted to keep him. When it was time to go home, I got all the necessary paperwork to bring Kirk with me. That was 4 years ago. Kirk lives with me now. A normal-sized black Labrador mix as far as anyone can tell. Most of the time he's just a regular dog. Playful, loyal, sometimes mischievous. He's great with my daughter Celia, who was born 2 years after that day in the cemetery. But sometimes, usually at night, Kirk will grow restless. He'll pace by the door until I let him out, and he'll disappear for hours. When he comes back, he's always exhausted, sleeping deeply until well into the next day. I never ask where he goes or what he does. I think I already know. I looked up those men later. 3 women had gone missing in that area over the previous year, all tourists hiking alone. After that night, the disappearances stopped. Just last week, a man was hanging around outside our apartment building, watching me when I came home from work. He was still there when I took Celia to the park, following at a distance. When we got home, I told Kirk that he might need to take care of business. I've never said that to him before, but somehow he understood. He scratched at the door until I let him out. The man never came back, and Kirk slept for almost 24 hours afterward. I don't know what Kirk is exactly. Sometimes I wonder if he's really the Church Grim from Grand Stories, or something else entirely. But whatever he is, he's protective of us, and I'm grateful for that. I still wonder about those men in the cemetery sometimes, and what happened to their bodies. I've searched online for news about remains found in Tuxbury, but there's never been anything. It's like they've vanished completely. I guess some mysteries are better left unsolved. All I know is that Kirk is family now, and as long as he's with us, I know we're safe. Even if he occasionally needs to take care of business, day 2. Story 14. I never thought I'd be posting something like this, but I'm at my wit's end and need to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. I don't even know if I believe what's happening myself, but I can't deny that something is going on in our home. My girlfriend and I have been living together for almost 3 years now. We have 4 cats, Luna, Milo, Shadow, and Whiskers. And up until about 6 months ago, everything was completely normal. We have a small but cozy 2-bedroom apartment on the 2nd floor of an older building. Nothing special, just home. It started with the money. I know how crazy this sounds, but money keeps disappearing from our apartment. And I don't mean a few dollars here and there. I'm talking about significant amounts. The first time it happened, I had withdrawn $200 from an ATM for our weekend plans. I put the cash in my wallet, which I always keep in my jacket pocket hanging by the door. The next morning, the money was gone. My wallet was still there, cards intact, but the cash had vanished. My girlfriend, Ella, immediately accused me of misplacing it or spending it and forgetting. We argued about it, but eventually I just accepted that maybe I had done something stupid with it and couldn't remember. But then it happened again, and again, and again. Last month, Ella had saved $350 for a new winter coat. She kept it in a small lockbox in our closet, a place only we know about. We don't have visitors often, and we're both careful about locking our door. One evening, she went to get the money, and it was just gone. The box wasn't forced open. It was unlocked with the key she keeps on her keychain, but the money had disappeared. We've torn the apartment apart looking for this missing money. We've checked under furniture, inside books, in the freezer, everywhere you could possibly hide cash. Nothing. It's like it just evaporates from our home. We've lost nearly $1,000 in the past 6 months, and we're not exactly rolling in money. This has put a serious strain on our finances. But the missing money isn't even the creepiest part. Our cats have started acting really strange. I've had cats all my life, and I know they can be weird sometimes, but this is different. They stare at empty corners of the room, following something with their eyes that we can't see. All 4 of them will sometimes line up against the hallway wall, their heads moving in unison, as if watching something move past them. It's unnerving. Luna, our oldest cat, has started spending hours staring at the ceiling in our bedroom. She'll sit perfectly still, her eyes fixed on a single spot, occasionally making these low growling sounds that I've never heard her make before. When I try to distract her, she'll hiss at me, something she's never done in the 7 years I've had her. The most disturbing behavior is the urination. Our cats are all well-trained and have never had litter box issues. Now, they're peeing in random spots throughout the apartment, always the same spots. There's a corner in the living room, a spot next to the bathroom door, and the worst one, right next to our bed. We've taken all of them to the vet, thinking it might be a health issue, but they're all perfectly healthy. The vet suggested it might be stress, but what would suddenly stress out all 4 cats simultaneously? I was willing to chalk all this up to coincidence until what happened with the Christmas card. Ella's sister had sent her a card last Christmas, shortly after their mother passed away. The card had a handwritten note inside about how their mom would be watching over them. Ella taped it to our bedroom door because it brought her comfort. Last night, we were both in the living room watching TV when we heard something fall in the bedroom. When we went to check, the card was on the floor, face down. The tape was still on the door, but the card had somehow turned 180 degrees and fallen. The tape wasn't torn or stretched. It looked like the card had just slipped out and flipped over. Ella burst into tears when she saw it. She's convinced it's her mother trying to communicate with her. I didn't know what to say. I mean, I want to comfort her, but I also don't want to feed into what could be just a coincidence. The tape probably just lost its stickiness, right? But how did the card flip completely around before falling? Then there are my nightmares. I've never been prone to bad dreams, but for the past few months, I've been having the most terrifying nightmares about once a week. They always follow the same pattern. I'm in our apartment, but it's distorted, darker. There's something in the home with me, watching from the shadows. I can never see it clearly, just glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. In the dreams, I'm paralyzed with fear, unable to move or call out for help. The worst part is that I always wake up from these nightmares at exactly 3:14 a.m. Not 3:13, not 3:15, but always precisely 3:14. When I wake up, I feel this overwhelming urge to look at a specific corner of our bedroom, the same corner where Luna often stares. And sometimes, just for a split second, I think I see something there. A shadow that's darker than the surrounding darkness, a shape that doesn't quite make sense. Then I blink and it's gone. Ella says I stare at that corner for minutes after waking up, completely unresponsive to her voice. I have no memory of this. According to her, I eventually snap out of it and go back to sleep as if nothing happened. I only know about these episodes because she tells me about them the next morning. The strain on our relationship has been intense. Ella is convinced we're dealing with a poltergeist or some kind of supernatural entity. She's been researching online, buying sage for cleansing, and talking about bringing in a medium. I've been resistant to all of this because, well, I don't believe in ghosts, or at least I didn't. Now, I don't know what to believe. I try to find rational explanations. Maybe we have a hidden rodent problem that's agitating the cats. Maybe there's a gas leak causing us to experience memory lapses and hallucinations. Maybe we have a very clever thief who's somehow breaking in without leaving any evidence. I've checked for signs of break-ins, installed a nanny cam in the living room, and had our landlord inspect for gas leaks. Nothing. Last night was when things escalated to a point where I can no longer ignore that something truly inexplicable is happening. We had gone to bed around 11 p.m. I was having trouble sleeping because Milo and Shadow were acting particularly weird, pacing around the bedroom and meowing at the closet. Around midnight, Ella finally fell asleep, and I was just starting to drift off when I heard a distinct tapping sound from our kitchen. Tap, 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 like someone gently knocking on the counter. I got up to investigate, turning on lights as I went. The cats followed me, all 4 of them, which was unusual. Typically, they scatter when disturbed at night. The kitchen was empty, and the tapping had stopped. I checked the faucet, thinking it might be a water issue, but everything seemed normal. As I turned to go back to the bedroom, I noticed all 4 cats were lined up in the hallway, staring at me, or more accurately, staring at something behind me. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and an overwhelming sense of being watched washed over me. I couldn't bring myself to turn around. I stood frozen in the hallway for what felt like an eternity, my heart pounding in my chest. Finally, I managed to force myself to turn. Nothing was there, just our empty kitchen. I hurried back to bed, the cats scurrying ahead of me as if equally eager to get away from the kitchen. Ella was still asleep, oblivious to what had just happened. I lay awake for hours, listening to every creak and groan of our apartment building. Just as I was finally starting to doze off, around 3 a.m., a loud crash came from the living room. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. Ella bolted upright beside me, startled awake by the noise. "What was that?" she whispered, clutching my arm. We got up together this time, and I grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight. The living room was dark, but as I swept the light around, I could see that one of our bookshelves had been completely cleared off. Books, picture frames, and decorative items were scattered across the floor, as if someone had swept their arm across the shelf. What made it truly terrifying was that nothing was broken. Not a single picture frame had cracked, not one book spine was damaged. It was as if each item had been carefully placed rather than knocked over violently. And in the center of the floor, our possessions had formed a rough circle. Ella started crying again, and I couldn't blame her. There was no explanation for this, no draft, no earthquake, nothing that could have caused an entire bookshelf to empty itself in such a specific pattern. As we stood there, staring at the circle of possessions, the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see our breath fogging in front of our faces. It was the middle of summer, and we don't have air conditioning that could malfunction like that. The cold was localized to just the living room. Stepping back into the hallway felt like crossing from winter into summer. Then came the smell. A musty, damp odor like wet soil and rotting leaves. It filled the living room so strong that I had to cover my nose. Ella gagged beside me. The cats, who had followed us out of curiosity, arched their backs and hissed at the empty center of the room before darting back to the bedroom. And then, right before our eyes, a book that had been on the floor lifted about an inch into the air and moved across the floor, as if pushed by an invisible hand. It wasn't a dramatic levitation like you'd see in a movie, just a small, subtle movement that would have been easy to miss if we hadn't been staring right at it. Ella screamed and ran to the bedroom. I stood rooted to the spot, unable to process what I had just witnessed. The book stopped moving after sliding about a foot across the floor. I recognized it as an old photo album that contained pictures of Ella's family, including many of her mother. I finally snapped out of my shocked state and followed Ella to the bedroom. She was curled up on the bed, the cats huddled around her protectively. We spent the rest of the night with the lights on, neither of us able to sleep. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? We had both seen something impossible. This morning, the living room was back to normal temperature. The smell was gone. We silently picked up the items from the floor and put them back on the shelf. The photo album was the last thing I picked up. When I opened it, it was turned to a page with a picture of Ella's mother standing in what looked like our apartment's living room. But that's impossible. Her mother never visited our current apartment before she passed away. I didn't show this to Ella. She's scared enough already. I don't know what to do. I've always prided myself on being rational, on finding logical explanations for seemingly inexplicable events. But I'm at a loss here. The missing money, the cat's behavior, the nightmares, and now this. I can't explain any of it. Ella wants us to move, but our lease isn't up for another 6 months, and we can't afford to break it. Plus, there's no guarantee that whatever this is wouldn't follow us. If it's connected to her mother somehow, or to us rather than the apartment itself, moving might not solve anything. I'm not ready to accept that we're dealing with a poltergeist or a ghost, but I'm running out of alternative explanations. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I losing my mind? Is there something I'm missing? All I know is that right now, as I'm typing this, Luna is sitting next to me, staring at something over my shoulder. I don't want to turn around to see what it is. I'm afraid of what I might or might not see. Update. Just now, as I was about to post this, I heard the tapping again. 3 distinct taps, and for a brief moment I swear I caught a whiff of my girlfriend's mother's perfume. A distinctive scent I would recognize anywhere. I've never told Ella this, but sometimes I think whatever is in our apartment isn't trying to scare us. I think it's trying to tell us something. But what? Story 15. I'm not sure why I'm finally writing this down now. Maybe because I just moved out of my parents' house for college, and being away from home has me thinking about my childhood. Or maybe because I saw another little girl with blonde hair yesterday who reminded me of her. Whatever the reason, I need to get this off my chest. This happened when I was 12 years old. My family was visiting my grandmother in Millbrook for the weekend. It's this small town where nothing ever happens. You know the type. One main street, everybody knows everybody's business, that sort of place. My cousin Jake was staying over too, and we had to share the guest room. I wasn't thrilled about it since Jake was a notorious snorer, but Grandma's house only had so much space. The guest room always gave me the creeps anyway. It was at the end of a long hallway on the second floor, with this ancient wallpaper that had little roses on it. There was something about that room that just felt heavy, like the air was thicker in there or something. But I never said anything because I didn't want to sound like a baby. That night, Jake fell asleep right away, sprawled out on his side of the double bed, snoring like a chainsaw. I remember lying there, staring at the ceiling for what felt like hours, listening to the old house creak and the wind rustling through the big oak tree outside the window. It must have been around 2 a.m. when I finally started drifting off. I don't know what woke me up. There wasn't any noise or anything like that. It was more like a change in the air pressure in the room. My eyes just snapped open, and I knew immediately that something wasn't right. That's when I saw her. Standing at the foot of the bed was a little girl. She looked about 7 years old, with long blonde hair that seemed to almost glow in the darkness. She was wearing this white dress that reminded me of those old-fashioned nightgowns, the kind you see in history books. But what struck me most were her eyes, these intense, clear blue eyes that seemed way too aware for a child that age. I froze completely. I couldn't even breathe. The girl wasn't looking at me, though. She was staring at Jake, who was still fast asleep. Her expression was curious, sad. I couldn't tell exactly. She just stood there watching him sleep for what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds. Then, slowly, she turned her head and looked directly at me. I'll never forget what happened next. Her face broke into this brilliant smile, not creepy or threatening, but genuinely happy, like she was excited to see me. Then she lifted her small hand and reached out toward me, like she wanted me to take it. That's when I completely lost it. I scrambled backward until I hit the headboard, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out except this pathetic whimpering sound. The girl tilted her head slightly, looking confused by my reaction. She took a step closer to the bed, her hand still extended. I threw off the covers and bolted from the room. I didn't care about leaving Jake behind. I didn't care about anything except getting away from that girl. I ran straight to my grandmother's room and practically dove into her bed, shaking her awake. "Grandma, Grandma," I remember gasping. "There's a girl in my room." My grandmother, bless her, didn't even question me. She just got up, put on her robe, and went with me back to the guest room. By then, of course, the girl was gone. Jake was still asleep, having missed the entire thing. Grandma checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains, all the places a real child might hide. She told me it was just a nightmare, that old houses play tricks on your mind sometimes. She let me sleep in the little chair in her room for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried to tell my parents what happened. They just exchanged that look. You know, the one parents give each other when they think their kid is being ridiculous. My dad said I'd been watching too many horror movies, and my mum suggested maybe I'd seen the reflection of the moon on the window or something. Jake, of course, hadn't seen or heard a thing, so I dropped it. What else could I do? I was 12, and no one believed me. But I knew what I saw. For the rest of that visit, I refused to go into that room alone, and I made sure to be in bed before it got dark. I kept looking for the girl everywhere I went in the house, half expecting to see her standing in a doorway or at the top of the stairs, but she never showed up again during that trip. After a while, I started to wonder if maybe everyone was right. Maybe it had been a nightmare or my imagination. I tried to convince myself of that, but deep down, I knew better. 5 years passed. I was 17 and had my license by then. My grandmother had started having health problems, so I would drive over to her house a couple times a week to help her with groceries and stuff around the house. One day, I was in her kitchen making tea when she mentioned that her property taxes had gone up. "The landlord keeps raising the rent too," she sighed. "The Andersons owned this house for 30 years before they sold it to him. They never would have done this to an old woman." I'd never heard my grandmother mention the Andersons before. "Who were they?" I asked, more out of politeness than actual interest. "Oh, they were a lovely family," she said. "Robert and Diana Anderson. They had twin girls, beautiful little blonde things." Something cold slithered down my spine. "What happened to them?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Grandma's face fell. "Such a tragedy. One of the twins, Emily, died when she was 7. Got hit by a car right out on that main road. Chased a ball into the street, poor thing. The driver couldn't stop in time. After that, they couldn't bear to stay in the house anymore. The other twin, Lily, I think her name was, she took it especially hard. They were inseparable, those two." My hands were shaking so badly I had to put down the mug I was holding. Do you have any pictures of them?" I asked. "No, dear. But you know Mr. Peterson, who lives down the street? He bought their furniture when they moved. He might have something." I finished helping Grandma, but my mind was racing the whole time. The next day, I made an excuse to go see Mr. Peterson. He was this older guy who collected all sorts of stuff. Furniture, antiques, you name it. I told him I was doing a school project on the history of Millbrook and asked if he had anything from the Anderson family. "As a matter of fact, I do," he said, leading me into this room that was basically a museum of junk. He rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a photo album. "Diana left this behind. I've been meaning to track her down and return it, but never got around to it." He handed me the album, and I started flipping through it. About halfway through, I found a family portrait. Robert and Diana Anderson standing behind 2 identical little girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. My blood ran cold. The girl on the right, I recognized her instantly. It was her, the girl from the foot of my bed 5 years ago. "Which one is Emily?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Mr. Peterson leaned over to look. "That one," he said, pointing to the girl I recognized. "You can tell because Lily always wore a little heart necklace. See?" Sure enough, the other twin had a small heart pendant visible around her neck. I thanked Mr. Peterson and left, feeling like the ground beneath my feet wasn't solid anymore. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't my imagination. I had seen the ghost of Emily Anderson in my grandmother's house. But why? Why would she appear to me, some random kid she had no connection to? I got my answer about 2 weeks later. I was leaving Grandma's house late one evening. It was already dark, and I was in a hurry to get home for dinner. I walked briskly down the driveway toward where I'd parked my car across the street. My mind was elsewhere, thinking about a test I had the next day, wondering what my mom was making for dinner, as I stepped off the curb. Suddenly, I heard a child's voice call my name, clear as day. "Matthew!" I stopped dead in my tracks, one foot still on the curb, and looked around. There was nobody there. In that exact moment, a car came speeding around the corner, going way too fast for a residential area. It flew past me, missing me by inches, right where I would have been if I'd taken one more step. The driver didn't even slow down, probably didn't even see me, and I just stood there, frozen as the realization crashed over me like a wave. Emily had saved my life. The spot where I almost got hit was the exact same section of road where she had died. The exact same scenario, a speeding car, someone not paying attention. Except I lived, and she didn't. I started shaking uncontrollably and had to sit down on the curb for a few minutes before I could drive home. When I finally did get home, my mom asked why I looked so pale. I told her I almost got hit by a car, but I left out the part about the ghostly warning. It's been 5 years since that day. I'm 22 now, and I still think about Emily Anderson all the time. I've tried researching her death, tried to understand why she would appear to me, why she would save me. Was it random chance that put me in the same house where she once lived? Or was there some connection between us that I still don't understand? Sometimes I think I see her out of the corner of my eye, a flash of blonde hair, a white dress disappearing around a corner. It's never scary anymore, though. It's comforting in a weird way, like knowing someone's watching out for you. Last month, I visited my grandmother and brought flowers to the spot where Emily died. There's no marker or anything, but I know exactly where it happened now. I sat there for a while, just talking to her, thanking her for saving me. Maybe that sounds crazy, but it felt like the right thing to do. I don't know why Emily Anderson's spirit chose to reach out to me that night. I don't know why she saved my life years later. Some things don't have explanations, I guess, but I know what I saw, and I know what happened. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my dorm room, I swear I can feel someone watching over me. I'll look up, half expecting to see a little blonde girl in a white dress holding out her hand to me. And sometimes, just sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if I'd taken it. Story 16. I've never been one to believe in ghosts. Even now, after everything that happened in my grandmother's house, I don't know if ghosts is the right word for what we experienced. All I know is that what happened was real, and I still don't have an explanation for it. I was 10 when I moved into my grandmother's house in Oakdale. Mom was going through some rough stuff with my dad. They were splitting up, and things got ugly. Mom couldn't handle taking care of me while trying to find a new job and place to live, so Grandma offered to take me in for a while. Grandma's house was this old 2-story place built in the 1920s. It sat on about 3 acres of land at the edge of town, surrounded by pine trees that seemed to whisper when the wind blew through them. The nearest neighbor was about half a mile down the road. I remember how quiet it was compared to our apartment in the city, almost too quiet at night. The house itself was nice enough, though everything creaked. The floors, the stairs, even some of the furniture made noise when you sat on it. Grandma said that was just how old houses were. They settled and made noises. I got used to it after a few weeks. My bedroom was upstairs, across from Grandma's room. The basement door was at the end of the hallway downstairs, always kept closed. For the first year, everything was normal. I went to the local school, made a few friends, and spent evenings with Grandma watching TV or playing board games. She taught me checkers, and we'd play almost every evening after dinner. She never let me win, said it wouldn't help me learn if she just handed me victories. Things changed when I was 11. It was a Friday evening in October, cool enough that Grandma had lit a fire in the fireplace. We were playing checkers in the living room, and I was actually winning for once. I remember I was about to make a move that would give me my first king when we both heard it, the sound of someone running through the upstairs hallway. Grandma froze, her hand hovering over the board. The footsteps were heavy, like boots, moving fast from one end of the hall to the other, right above our heads. "Is someone in the house?" I whispered, suddenly scared. Grandma shook her head slowly. No, dear, just ignore it. But I couldn't ignore it. The footsteps continued back and forth, like someone was pacing urgently upstairs. I stood up. Matthew, sit down, Grandma said sharply. Leave it be. But what if someone broke in? I insisted. I was scared, but also curious. That mix of fear and curiosity that kids have, the kind adults lose somewhere along the way. Before she could stop me, I was heading for the stairs. I heard her call after me, but I was already halfway up, my heart hammering in my chest. The footsteps were still going, still running back and forth. As soon as I reached the top of the stairs and looked down the hallway, the footsteps stopped. The hall was empty, dark, except for the nightlight Grandma kept plugged in by the bathroom door. I took a step forward, my own foot creaking on the old wood floor. Hello? I called out, my voice small and shaky. That's when it happened. The footsteps started again. Only this time they were coming straight toward me, fast and heavy. I froze, unable to move as the sound of running got closer and closer, but there was nobody there. Nothing visible at all. The sound reached me, and then just stopped, right in front of me. I could feel a cold spot where the footsteps had ended, like walking past an open freezer in summer. I turned to run back downstairs when a bright flash lit up the hallway behind me. It was like someone had taken a photo with an old-fashioned camera, the kind with a flashbulb. I spun around and saw it, a large orb of bluish-white light hovering at the end of the hall. It pulsed once, twice, and then zoomed past me so fast I felt the air move. It disappeared down the stairs. I ran to my grandmother, crying and trying to explain what I'd seen. She just held me and said, I told you to leave it be. Some things in this house are better left alone. That night she let me sleep in her room. She never questioned what I saw or told me I was imagining things. Instead, she said, this house has stories, Matthew. Not all of them are for telling. About 3 weeks later, I was taking a shower when I felt a strange stinging across my back. When I got out and looked in the mirror, I saw them. 13 distinct scratch marks running from my left shoulder down to my right hip. They looked exactly like fingernail scratches, only I hadn't scratched myself. And they were in a place I couldn't even reach. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there, red and angry against my skin. I showed Grandma, who went pale when she saw them. She didn't say much, just put some antibiotic cream on them and made me wear a t-shirt to bed that night, even though I usually slept without one. The scratches disappeared within a couple of days, but I never forgot the look on her face when she saw them. But the real trouble, the thing that still keeps me up at night sometimes, started with the basement. Grandma's basement was partially finished. Half of it was a concrete floor with a washer and dryer, some storage shelves, and the furnace. The other half was just dirt floor with rough stone walls. Grandma said the previous owners had started to dig out the basement but never finished the job. There was always a musty smell down there, no matter how often we ran the dehumidifier. I was helping Grandma bring up a load of laundry one afternoon when we both heard it for the first time. Voices, muffled voices coming from the dirt part of the basement. Along with the voices were other sounds, scraping, digging, the distinct clink of metal on stone. We froze on the stairs, laundry basket between us. Grandma's knuckles went white where she gripped the railing. "Hello?" she called out. "Is someone down there?" The sounds stopped immediately. Complete silence followed. We continued up the stairs and Grandma locked the basement door behind us, something she'd never done before. She didn't say anything about what we'd heard, and I was too afraid to bring it up. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of voices again, only now they were louder. I could hear men talking, their words still muffled, but their tone clear. They were working, coordinating something. The scraping and digging sounds were back too, along with a new sound, the clanking of what sounded like shovels or pickaxes against hard ground. I crept to Grandma's room and found her already awake, sitting up in bed with her reading lamp on. She didn't seem surprised to see me. "You hear them too?" I asked. She nodded. "Sometimes they work at night. They've never been this loud before." The way she said it made my blood run cold. "Before? You mean this has happened before I came to live here?" She sighed. "Yes, Matthew, for years now." "Who are they? What are they doing down there?" "I don't know who they are, but they're digging for something. They've been digging for a long time." I wanted to go down and look, but Grandma absolutely forbade it. She made me get into bed with her, and eventually I fell asleep despite the noises continuing below us. The next day, when the sun was up and the house was quiet again, I begged Grandma to let me look in the basement. After much pleading, she finally agreed to go down with me. Everything was exactly as it had been the day before. The dirt floor was undisturbed. There were no tools, no signs anyone had been digging, no footprints besides our own from previous trips down there. "See?" Grandma said. "Nothing to worry about." But as we turned to go back upstairs, a voice spoke from the darkest corner of the basement, a man's voice, gruff and annoyed. "Let us work in peace," it said clearly. "We're almost done." I nearly jumped out of my skin. Grandma grabbed my arm so hard it left a bruise, pulling me up the stairs so fast I stumbled. Once again, she locked the basement door behind us. "What was that?" I demanded, my voice cracking in fear. "Who was that?" Grandma's hands were shaking as she made us both tea. "I don't know, Matthew, but they've never spoken before, not in all these years." "You mean you've been hearing them digging for years and you never thought to mention it?" She looked at me with tired eyes. What would I say? Who would believe me? I thought maybe they'd stop eventually, or at least stay quiet. But what are they looking for? Why are they digging in our basement? Grandma shook her head. This house was built on old farmland. Before that, who knows what was here? Some things get buried and forgotten. Some things don't stay buried. That night the noises were louder than ever. Not just digging now, but hammering, the sound of wood splintering, men grunting with effort. And voices, so many voices, all talking at once. I could make out phrases here and there. Deeper, we need to go deeper. Almost there, I can feel it. Careful with that, you'll break it. I slept in Grandma's room again, neither of us mentioning what we were hearing below us. By morning, the sounds had stopped. We didn't check the basement that day or the next. In fact, Grandma started doing laundry only during daylight hours, and she'd make as much noise as possible while down there, humming loudly, clanging the lid of the washing machine, talking to herself. This continued off and on for years. Sometimes we'd go weeks without hearing anything from the basement. Other times, the noises would last for days straight. The scratches appeared on my back 2 more times over the years, always in the same pattern, always after particularly loud nights of basement activity. When I was 14, Grandma got sick. Cancer. It spread quickly, and within months, she was gone. My mother moved into the house to take care of me. She'd gotten her life together by then, had a steady job she could do remotely. She took Grandma's bedroom, and life went on. I never told my mum about the noises, or the scratches, or the orb I'd seen years earlier. I figured she had enough to deal with, and honestly, I'd gotten used to the strangeness. The basement workers, as I'd come to think of them, were just part of living in that house. Then, about 6 months after Grandma died, my friend Jake came over to stay the night. We were playing video games in the living room when the noises started again. It was early, only about 8 p.m., and they were louder than I'd ever heard them. Jake paused the game. "What the hell is that?" he asked, looking around. "Is someone in your basement?" I tried to play it cool. "It's just the furnace. Old house makes weird noises." Jake gave me a look. "Dude, that's not a furnace. That sounds like people talking and digging." Before I could stop him, he was heading for the basement door. I ran after him, trying to come up with a reason why we shouldn't go down there, but it was too late. He'd already opened the door and was peering down into the darkness. The noises stopped instantly. Complete silence. See? I said, relieved. Nothing down there. Jake stepped onto the first stair, reaching for the light switch. As soon as the lights came on, the entire house shook. It was like an earthquake. The floors vibrated, pictures fell off walls, a vase toppled from a shelf and shattered. And the noise, it was deafening, banging, crashing, the sound of wood splintering and voices, so many voices all shouting at once. Jake stumbled backward into me, his face white with fear. What the actual fuck? My mum came running down from upstairs. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? As suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The house went still. The silence that followed was almost as terrifying as the noise had been. Jake left soon after, making some excuse about forgetting he had a family thing early the next morning. He never came over again. My mum was freaked out, asking me if I knew what had happened. I hesitated, then decided to tell her the truth. I told her everything. The footsteps, the orb, the scratches, and the basement workers. I expected her to think I was making it up, or that Grandma and I had imagined it all. Instead, she sat down heavily on the couch, her face serious. Your grandmother called me a few weeks before she died. She tried to tell me about things happening in the house. I thought the medication was making her confused. That night, the noises started again. Mom wanted to call the police, but I stopped her. It won't help, I told her. They won't find anything. Trust me, Grandma and I checked the basement dozens of times. Then what do we do? She asked, clutching her robe around her as the sounds of digging echoed through the house. I remembered the voice from years ago. We let them work in peace, I said. They're almost done. Mom looked at me like I was crazy, but she didn't call the police. We sat up that night, listening as the workers in the basement continued their mysterious task. Sometime before dawn, I fell asleep on the couch. I woke to silence. Mom was still asleep in the armchair across from me. The house was quiet, not just free from the workers' noises, but a different kind of quiet than I'd ever felt there before. It was like the house was empty of everything except us. We checked the basement that morning. The dirt floor was still undisturbed. The walls were intact. There was no sign anyone had been digging, but something was different. The musty smell was gone. The air felt lighter somehow. That was 5 years ago. We still live in Grandma's house. The basement workers never came back. The footsteps upstairs stopped too. No more scratches on my back, no more orbs of light. Sometimes I find myself sitting at the top of the basement stairs, listening. Part of me misses them, as strange as that sounds. Part of me wonders what they were looking for all those years, and if they ever found it. And sometimes, when I'm home alone, I swear I can hear a faint voice from deep in the basement, just barely audible. We're done now. Thank you for your patience. Story 17. I still can't explain what happened in that house. Even writing this now, I'm getting goosebumps, and my heart is racing. It's been years, but I swear I can still hear those sounds if I close my eyes at night. We moved to Willowbrook when I was 11. My parents thought it would be this perfect place to grow up. A historic neighborhood with old trees and families who'd lived there for generations. The farmhouse we bought was originally built in the 1850s, but the previous owners had added onto it in the 80s. It looked normal enough from the outside. White clapboard siding, dark shutters, a wraparound porch that sagged a little on one side. From the first day, something felt off. Not in the whole house, just parts of it. My mum was so excited about the character and history, pointing out the original hardwood floors and the handmade glass in some of the windows. My dad just seemed happy about the price. Apparently old houses in our area were cheaper than new builds. When they showed me my bedroom, I remember feeling this heavy weight in my stomach. The room itself was fine, bigger than my old one, with tall windows that looked out over the backyard. But the closet, I can't really explain what was wrong with it. It was just a normal closet with a wooden door painted white like the walls, but I couldn't go near it. "This will be perfect for all your clothes," my mum said, sliding the door open. I physically couldn't move toward it. My feet felt cemented to the floor, and this cold sweat broke out all over my body. "No," I said, "I don't want to use it." My parents thought I was being difficult. I couldn't explain it to them because I didn't understand it myself. I just knew I wasn't putting my stuff in there, and I wasn't going anywhere near it if I could help it. That first night I slept with all my clothes still in boxes. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. I remember the time exactly because I stared at my alarm clock for what felt like hours and realized the closet door was open about 6 inches. I was so terrified I couldn't even scream. I just pulled the blanket over my head and stayed that way until morning. When I got up, I told my parents the door must not latch properly. My dad checked it and said it was fine, but he'd put a doorstop there if it made me feel better. I never told them I was sure, absolutely certain, that I had closed that door completely before going to bed. The house had 2 attics, which was weird. The first one was finished and had actual stairs leading up to it from the hallway, 2 big rooms with sloped ceilings and these tiny dormer windows. My parents called it Attic 1 and said I could use it as a playroom or hangout space when friends came over. The first time I went up there alone, I felt like someone was watching me. Not just the normal new house creepiness, but like actual eyes on me. I was in the first room, which had old wallpaper with tiny blue flowers, when I heard it, breathing. Heavy, raspy breathing coming from the second room. I froze, thinking maybe my mom had come up without me noticing. "Mom?" No answer, just that breathing. I backed toward the stairs, and right as I reached them, the breathing stopped. I ran down those stairs so fast I nearly fell. Later that day, my mom asked if I'd been up in the attic. I told her yes, but didn't mention the breathing. I wasn't sure she'd believe me, and part of me wondered if I'd imagined it. The next day, curiosity got the better of me, and I went back up. This time, I went into the second room first, empty except for some old boxes the previous owners had left behind. Nothing strange. Then from behind me, from the room I'd just passed through, came the breathing again. This became a pattern. Whichever room I wasn't in, that's where the breathing would come from. Sometimes I'd see shadows moving on their own, disconnected from any person or object casting them. They'd slide across the wall or floor, then disappear when I tried to follow them with my eyes. My dog Rex wouldn't come into my bedroom. He'd follow me everywhere else in the house, but he'd stop at my doorway, his ears flat against his head, and no amount of coaxing could get him to cross the threshold. About a month after we moved in, my grandmother came to visit. She was my mum's mum, this tough old lady who never seemed scared of anything. We were sitting in the kitchen having cookies when she suddenly asked, "Have you been up in that second attic yet?" I hadn't even known there was a second attic until that moment. "What second attic?" I asked. She pointed to the ceiling. "There's another space up there, much older than the rest. No stairs, just a ladder access through a panel." My mom looked uncomfortable. "Mom, don't scare him with that. We haven't even been up there ourselves yet." But my grandmother fixed her eyes on me. "Don't go up there, Matthew. There's something evil in this house, something so dark and angry it should never be released. The people who lived here before knew to keep it locked away." My mum got mad and changed the subject, but those words burrowed into my brain like worms. Something evil, something dark and angry. That night I couldn't sleep. I'd started keeping a lamp on. Not a nightlight, I was too old for that, I told myself, but an actual lamp that cast enough light to see everything in my room clearly. As I lay there, I saw it, a shadow on my wall. Not the kind cast by furniture or trees outside my window. This moved on its own, and it was shaped like a person. I could make out a head, shoulders, arms that seemed too long for the body. It slid across my wall, not walking exactly, but moving with purpose. I squeezed my eyes shut and counted to 50, sure that when I opened them, it would be gone. It wasn't. It had moved closer to my bed. I could see details now, Where eyes should be were just darker smudges in the shadow. I threw the covers over my head and stayed that way until morning. I tried telling my parents, but they said it was just my imagination working overtime in a new house. My dad suggested I was scaring myself by listening to my grandmother's stories. But she hadn't told me about the shadow person. She'd only warned me about Attic 2. For weeks I dealt with the breathing in Attic 1, the weird shadows, the feeling of being watched. I got used to sleeping with the lamp on, to checking under my bed every night, to my dog refusing to enter my room. Then one night, I woke up to pee and saw something at the foot of my bed. A dark shape ducking down, as if it had been standing over me while I slept and didn't want me to catch it. I screamed that time, loud enough to wake my parents. My dad came running in, checked everywhere, found nothing. "Just a nightmare," he said, rubbing his eyes. "Go back to sleep." But it wasn't a nightmare. I knew the difference. The next day I was playing in the backyard when my ball went through a window, a small high window I hadn't really noticed before. The glass shattered and I heard it fall inside. My dad came out when he heard the noise. "Damn it, Matthew," he said, looking up. "That's the window to Attic 2. Now I'm going to have to find a way up there to clean up that glass." My stomach dropped. I'd broken the window to the place my grandmother had warned me about, the place that held something evil. That's when things really started to get bad. The first night after breaking the window, I woke up to find the closet door wide open, not just a crack this time. All the hangers inside were swinging slightly, as if someone had just rummaged through them. My lamp was off, though I knew I'd left it on. The breathing in Attic 1 got louder, more desperate sounding. The shadows became bolder, moving even when I was looking directly at them. But the worst thing, the thing I still have nightmares about, happened about a week after I broke that window. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep despite my fear, when I heard it. A light tapping inside the wall next to my head. At first, I thought it might be a mouse or some other small animal, but it didn't move like something with feet. It was more like someone drumming their fingers, getting progressively louder and more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. Then it started moving, up the wall, toward the ceiling. I sat up in bed, staring at the spot where the sound was coming from. That's when I saw it. The wallpaper actually moved. It bulged outward, like something was pressing against it from the inside, not hard enough to break through, but enough that I could see the outline of something. It wasn't a hand. It wasn't anything I could identify. It seemed to stretch and change shape as it moved, slithering up toward where my wall met the ceiling, toward Attic 2. I was paralyzed with fear, watching this thing, whatever it was, moving inside my walls. The tapping had turned into a scraping sound, like long nails dragging across the inside of the plaster. When it reached the ceiling, the noise stopped abruptly. Then came a thump from directly above my head, in Attic 2. I ran to my parents' room that night and refused to explain why. I just kept saying I couldn't sleep in my room anymore. They let me stay with them, thinking I'd had a particularly bad nightmare. The next morning, my dad decided it was time to check out Attic 2 and fix the broken window. He brought down the fold-up ladder from the hall ceiling and climbed up with a flashlight. I stood at the bottom, terrified of what he might find. "Huh," I heard him say. "There's nothing up here, just empty space, no flooring even, just exposed beams and insulation." I should have felt relieved, but I didn't, because if there was nothing in Attic 2, what had I heard moving in my wall? What had made that thumping sound? My dad fixed the window that day, putting in a new pane of glass and sealing it tight. But it didn't help. Whatever had been locked away up there, my grandmother was right. Breaking that window had somehow released it. For the next several weeks, I experienced things I still can't fully explain. Objects in my room would move when I wasn't looking. My clothes would end up in piles on the floor, even though I never used that closet. The breathing in Attic 1 got so loud sometimes it sounded like it was right next to my ear. One night, I woke up feeling something sitting on the edge of my bed. The mattress was clearly depressed, but there was nothing visible there. I felt cold fingers brush against my arm, and I screamed loud enough to wake the whole neighborhood. My parents started talking about taking me to a therapist. They thought I was having trouble adjusting to the move, maybe developing some kind of anxiety disorder. I begged them to believe me, to acknowledge that something was wrong with the house, but they couldn't or wouldn't see it. My grandmother visited again a few months later. She took one look at me, pale, with dark circles under my eyes from lack of sleep, and knew. "You let it out, didn't you?" she asked when we were alone. I nodded, tears filling my eyes. "I broke the window by accident. I didn't mean to." She closed her eyes and sighed deeply. "It's been watching you, hasn't it? Learning about you." That description sent chills down my spine because it was exactly right. Whatever was in that house, it had been studying me, getting to know my fears, my habits, when I was most vulnerable. My grandmother left the next day, and things escalated. The wall tapping happened almost every night now, always moving up toward Attic 2. Sometimes I'd hear shuffling footsteps crossing the ceiling above my bed. My closet door would open and close on its own, no matter how many doorstops we used. One night, the last night before we moved out, I woke up to find I couldn't move. Something was holding me down, a weight pressing on my chest so hard I could barely breathe. I could feel hot breath on my face, smell something rotten and old. Though I couldn't see anything, I knew it was there, finally doing more than just watching. I must have passed out from fear or lack of oxygen, because the next thing I remember is my mum shaking me awake in the morning, concerned about the bruises on my arms and chest, bruises in the shape of fingers and hands. We moved out a week later. My parents finally believed me, though they never spoke about what convinced them. I overheard them talking late one night, my dad's voice shaking as he described finding me levitating several inches above my bed, still asleep, the night before they decided to leave. I don't know if that actually happened, I have no memory of it, but I do know what I experienced in that farmhouse was real. To this day, I can't sleep with closet doors visible from my bed. I can't stand the sound of tapping, and sometimes when I'm alone in a quiet room, I swear I can still hear that heavy, raspy breathing waiting for me to turn my back. Story 18. I never believed in the supernatural. Not really. I was the kind of person who needed proof. Solid, tangible evidence before I'd accept something as real. That changed when my family moved into the house on Maple Street in Greendale. It's been 8 years since we left, but what happened there still haunts me. We moved in during the summer when I was 12. It was one of those cookie-cutter suburban homes, 2 stories, white picket fence, the works, nothing special at first glance. My parents got it for a steal because the previous owner had died. We didn't know much beyond that, just that our landlord had inherited it and wanted tenants quickly. My grandmother moved in with us too. She'd been living alone since my grandfather passed, and Mom thought it would be good for everyone. Grandma took the spare bedroom downstairs while my parents got the master upstairs. My cousin Alicia stayed with us that summer too. Her parents were going through a messy divorce, and they thought it would be good for her to get away. The first strange thing happened about 2 weeks after we settled in. I was doing homework at the kitchen table when this overwhelming smell of cinnamon hit me. It was so strong, like someone had dumped an entire container of cinnamon powder right under my nose. I called out to my mom, asking if she was baking. "No, honey, why?" she called back from the laundry room. I walked through the entire house looking for the source. Nothing, no candles, no air fresheners, no baking. Just this powerful cinnamon smell that seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. Then, as suddenly as it came, it disappeared. That night, our dog Rex got sick, violently sick. We rushed him to the emergency vet at 2 a.m. It turned out he'd eaten some rat poison someone had left in our backyard. The vet said if we'd waited until morning, he wouldn't have made it. I didn't connect the cinnamon smell to Rex's emergency until it happened again 3 days later. Another intense burst of cinnamon, and that same evening, my dad's car broke down on the highway during a thunderstorm. He could have been seriously hurt if a trucker hadn't stopped to help him. It was my grandmother who finally explained it. I found her sitting on the porch swing one evening, staring at the house with this strange expression. "You smelled it too, didn't you?" she asked me. "The cinnamon." When I nodded, she sighed deeply. "I spoke with Mrs. Harrington next door. She told me about the woman who lived here before, Evelyn Moore. She was our landlord's ex-wife." According to Mrs. Harrington, Evelyn had been an avid baker, known throughout the neighborhood for her cinnamon rolls. She died in the house, heart attack in the upstairs bathroom. But the weird part was that before she died, she'd apparently told several neighbors that cinnamon was her warning scent. "Warning scent?" I'd asked. Grandma nodded. Evelyn believed that certain smells predicted certain things. For her, cinnamon always preceded something bad. I laughed it off, but Grandma didn't. "There's more," she said quietly. "The roses mean something good is coming." I hadn't smelled any roses yet, so I didn't know what she meant. But I would, soon enough. Alicia's accident happened about a month after we moved in. We were playing tag in the backyard when that cinnamon smell hit me again. It was centered around the staircase, leading to the second floor. Alicia ran past me, heading upstairs to hide. "Wait!" I called after her. "Don't go up there!" But she was already halfway up, laughing. "Too slow, Matthew." I followed her, the cinnamon smell getting stronger with each step. At the top of the stairs, it was almost unbearable. Alicia didn't seem to notice it at all. That night, Alicia was chasing fireflies in the backyard. She tripped over something in the dark and fell directly onto the sharp stump of an old corn plant that the previous owners had left behind. The stump went right into her side, missing her vital organs by inches, but causing a wound so deep I could see things inside her body that no kid should ever have to see. The ambulance came. She needed 36 stitches and a tetanus shot. While they were loading her into the ambulance, I distinctly heard her say, "It smelled like Christmas up there, like those cinnamon sticks Aunt Jeannie hangs on the tree." My blood ran cold. She had smelled it just before her accident. The doll room is what we came to call the formal living room. My grandmother refused to use it after the first month. She claimed she'd seen something in there, a flash of white, like a person darting from one end to the other and disappearing into the wall. She'd moved all her belongings into the den and converted the living room into a place to display her doll collection. None of us questioned it much. Grandma had always been a bit eccentric. But then I saw it too. I was passing by the doll room one afternoon when I caught a glimpse of something pure white. Not transparent like you'd expect a ghost to be, but solid white, like someone wearing head-to-toe white clothing, dart across the room and vanish into the hallway wall. It was so quick I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it, except the dolls on the shelf nearest to where I'd seen the figure were all turned slightly, as if someone had bumped them. After that, I avoided that room like the plague. The dolls with their glass eyes staring didn't help either. My biggest experience with the cinnamon warning came right before my 13th birthday. Mom had asked me to take out the trash. As I walked through the kitchen, that now familiar smell of cinnamon enveloped me. It was strongest near the trash bag. "Mom, did you throw away cinnamon sticks or something?" I asked. She shook her head, not looking up from chopping vegetables. "Just the usual garbage." I should have listened to the warning. I grabbed the bag and headed outside, swinging it a bit as I walked. Suddenly I felt something sharp slice right through the plastic and into my foot. The pain was immediate and intense. I dropped the bag and garbage spilled everywhere. Blood poured from a deep gash on my foot where a broken glass jar had cut me. 6 stitches later, I was a firm believer in the cinnamon warning. But it wasn't all bad. Sometimes the house smelled like roses, fresh, sweet roses, as if someone had just placed a bouquet in every room. The first time I noticed it was after a particularly tough math test I was sure I'd failed. The whole house smelled like a flower shop when I got home. The next day, my teacher announced I'd gotten the highest score in the class. My grandmother passed away peacefully in her sleep when I was 16. It devastated all of us, but especially me. We'd grown close during those years in that house. The morning after her funeral, I woke up to the strongest smell of roses I'd ever experienced. It was almost overwhelming, like standing in the middle of a rose garden at peak bloom. That afternoon, I received a call from the small electronics store where I'd been working part-time. The manager offered me a promotion and a significant raise, saying Grandma had spoken to him about my interest in electronics before she died. Over the years, we all experienced these olfactory warnings and blessings. My mother smelled cinnamon before she slipped on ice and broke her wrist. My father smelled roses before getting a surprise bonus at work. It became a part of our lives, something we didn't discuss much but all acknowledged in our own ways. The white figure appeared less frequently, but when it did, it always left an impression. Once, I saw it standing at the foot of my bed in the middle of the night. I froze, unable to move or scream. It just stood there, a featureless white silhouette, before turning and walking through my closed bedroom door. The next morning, my alarm didn't go off, making me late for school. When I got there, I learned there had been a 4-car pileup right where I usually waited for the bus. If I'd been on time, I might have been hurt, or worse. Was the figure Evelyn trying to protect us? We never knew for sure. I did some research into the history of the house and discovered that Evelyn had indeed died there, just as Mrs. Harrington had said. According to public records, she and our landlord had divorced bitterly a year before her death. Some neighbors hinted that the split wasn't amicable, that there were accusations and hard feelings on both sides. Maybe that's why she stayed. Maybe she couldn't leave until something was resolved, or maybe she just loved the house too much to move on. Whatever the reason, she became our invisible housemate, our supernatural early warning system. The worst incident happened during my senior year of high school. It was a Saturday, and I was home alone. The cinnamon smell hit me so strongly, I actually gagged. It was everywhere, upstairs, downstairs, in every room and closet. I checked everything, the stove, the iron, the circuit breakers, looking for anything that might cause a problem. Nothing seemed amiss. I called my parents, who were out shopping, and told them about the smell. Dad, who'd become a believer after his own experiences, told me to leave the house immediately. I grabbed my keys and wallet and headed for the door. As I reached for the knob, I heard a loud crack from above. I looked up just in time to see a large section of the ceiling give way. A burst water pipe had weakened the plaster, and it came crashing down right where I'd been standing seconds before. If I hadn't moved toward the door when I did, I would have been seriously injured. When my parents got home and saw the damage, Dad just shook his head and said, "Thank you, Evelyn." We moved out 2 years later, after I left for college, and my parents decided to downsize. As we were packing the last boxes, I swear the entire house filled with the scent of roses. Maybe Evelyn was wishing us well, or maybe she was just happy to see us go. I like to think it was the former. I still think about that house sometimes, about the warnings and blessings that came in the form of scents, about the white figure that both terrified and protected us. I've never experienced anything like it since, and part of me is grateful for that. But another part misses knowing that something was looking out for us, even if that something wasn't exactly alive. Last year, I drove past our old house while visiting my parents in their new place. It looked different, new paint, new landscaping. But as I slowed down in front of it, just for a moment, I caught the faintest whiff of cinnamon through my open car window. I hit the gas and drove away without looking back. Some warnings you just don't ignore. Story 19. I still get uncomfortable thinking about that small trailer we moved into when I was 12. It was supposed to be temporary, just until my parents saved enough for a real house on the same plot of land. We'd bought this cheap piece of property in Pineville because the price was right, even though it backed up to an old cemetery and a church that had been abandoned for decades. My little sister Emma was only a year and a half old when we moved in. She was just learning to talk, mostly babbling nonsense with occasional real words mixed in. I remember that very first night so clearly now, even though at the time it didn't seem like anything important. I was unpacking my stuff in the tiny room I'd be sharing with Emma when I heard her giggling. Not her normal laugh. This was the excited giggle she reserved for when she was really happy about something. When I looked over, she was standing at our screen door, waving enthusiastically at something outside. "Who are you waving at, Em?" I asked, walking over to see what caught her attention. Nothing was there, just our dusty yard, and beyond that, the edge of the cemetery, with its crumbling headstones. But Emma kept waving, her little hand moving back and forth as she smiled and babbled. "Baba! Hi, Baba!" she said, pressing her face against the screen. I got this weird feeling in my stomach, but I brushed it off. Kids have imaginary friends all the time, right? Except Emma was too young for that. She could barely string 2 words together. Mom called us for dinner, and I pulled Emma away from the door. She screamed like I'd yanked her favorite toy away. Not a normal tantrum. This was desperate, like she really didn't want to leave whoever she thought she was talking to. That was the start of it all. Within a week, Emma had developed a routine. Every morning she'd rush to that same screen door and wave. Every evening before bed she'd say goodnight to something none of us could see. My parents thought it was cute at first. I didn't. About a month into living there, Emma started talking about her friends. She called them Do-Can, Juby, and Savings. Later we figured these were probably her attempts at saying Duncan, Judy, and Celeste, though we never told her those names. How she came up with them still bothers me. I remember one afternoon when I was watching her while my parents were at work. She was arranging her stuffed animals in a perfect circle on the living room floor. There were 3 gaps in the circle, spaces where no toys sat. "What are you doing, Emma?" I asked. "Tea party," she replied simply, then pointed to the empty spaces. "Do-Can here, Juby here, Savings here." She carefully pretended to pour tea into invisible cups in those empty spaces. I sat down on the floor, accidentally in one of the gaps. Emma's face immediately contorted in horror. "No!" she screamed. "No, sit on Savings!" She was hysterical, crying and pointing at where I was sitting like I'd done something terrible. I moved immediately, and she spent the next 5 minutes apologizing to thin air, patting the empty space and saying, "Sorry, sorry, Savings." That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of running water. Our trailer was small, just 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a combined kitchen-living area. The sound was clearly coming from the kitchen sink. I figured Mom or Dad must be getting water, but when I peeked out of my room, the hallway was dark and their bedroom door was closed. I crept toward the kitchen, that feeling of wrongness growing with each step. When I reached the doorway, I could see the faucet running full blast, but no one was there. No one was in the kitchen at all. I rushed over and turned it off, my hands shaking. As I did, I heard Emma talking in her sleep behind me. I turned around and saw her sitting up in bed, her eyes still closed, having a conversation with someone I couldn't see. "Yes, Juby. Yes, I know." "Shh," she mumbled before lying back down. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I told my parents about the water. Dad checked the faucet, saying it probably had a loose handle. Mom laughed it off, saying I must have been sleepwalking. Neither explanation felt right, but I didn't push it. Things escalated gradually over the next few months. Emma's doll collection started moving around on its own. I'd arranged them on her bed before school, only to find them sitting in a circle on the floor when I got home. Mum blamed me, I blamed Mom, and Dad thought we were both being careless. Then came the thumping. It always started around midnight. 3 distinct thuds from somewhere in the trailer. Not like someone knocking, more like something heavy being dropped. Dad checked the roof, the plumbing, the foundation, everything. He found nothing that could explain it. I started sleeping with my lamp on. The worst day came about 6 months after we moved in. It was a Saturday, and I was alone with Emma while our parents were shopping for building materials for the house they planned to build on our property. They'd been gone about an hour when the temperature in the trailer suddenly plummeted. It was July in the south. It should have been sweltering inside our poorly insulated trailer. Instead, I could see my breath. Emma didn't seem to notice. She was playing with her dolls in that same circle formation, chatting away to her invisible friends. I was about to grab her and leave when she looked up at me, her expression suddenly serious. "Ducan says you should go," she said flatly. Not in her normal voice. It was lower, more deliberate. I felt rooted to the spot. "What did you say?" "Ducan wants to play just with me. No big kids." She pointed toward my room. "Go away now." I was terrified, but there was no way I was leaving my baby sister alone. "No, Emma, I'm staying right here." She stared at me for a long moment, then shrugged. "Okay, Ducan is mad, but Saving says it's okay." The cold dissipated as quickly as it had come, which somehow made it even more frightening. Emma went back to playing like nothing had happened. When my parents returned, I tried telling them what happened, but it came out sounding ridiculous. They were more concerned about the electric bill and whether I'd been messing with the thermostat. That night, the thumping was louder than ever. 3 heavy thuds, followed by what sounded like someone running down our hallway. I buried myself under my blankets and prayed for morning to come. A year and a half after moving in, my parents finally finished building our new house. It wasn't anything fancy, just a simple 2-story with a basement, located about 100 yards from the trailer, on the same property. We were all excited to leave the cramped trailer behind. The weirdest thing happened on moving day. As we carried the last boxes out, Emma stopped at the screen door, the same one where she'd first waved at her invisible friends. "Bye-bye," she said solemnly, waving her little hand. "Can't come. New house is for family only." It gave me chills, but I was so relieved to be leaving that horrible trailer that I didn't think much of it. Maybe we were finally going to be free of whatever had attached itself to Emma. For a while, it seemed like we were. Emma stopped talking about Ducan, Juby, and savings. She arranged her toys normally. She became a regular 4-year-old girl, with no signs that she'd spent over a year communicating with entities none of us could see. Even stranger, when my mum mentioned her ghost friends a few months after the move, Emma looked confused. "What ghost friends?" she asked. "You know, honey, Ducan and Juby and Savings," Mom said, "the friends you used to play with." Emma's face went completely blank. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, and promptly left the room. From then on, any time we mentioned her invisible friends, she'd get visibly uncomfortable and change the subject or walk away. It was like she had no memory of them at all, or was too scared to remember. I thought we'd left it all behind us. I was wrong. About a month after moving into the new house, the thumps returned, just like in the trailer. 3 distinct thuds, always around midnight. Only this time, they were coming from the basement. Dad installed a security system, thinking maybe someone was breaking in, but it never triggered. The cameras never showed anything unusual, but we all heard it. Then came the running. Heavy footsteps racing down the upstairs hallway in the middle of the night. But when we checked, no one was there. Mom blamed the house settling. Dad suggested raccoons in the attic. I knew better, but kept my mouth shut. I didn't want to scare Emma. One night, I got up to use the bathroom and saw someone standing at the end of the hallway. a tall, thin silhouette that definitely wasn't either of my parents. I froze, unable to scream, as it slowly turned and walked into my parents' empty bedroom. They were both downstairs watching TV. I could hear the sound floating up from below. I ran back to my room and locked the door, heart pounding. The next morning I told myself it was just a shadow, just my imagination. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. The basement door became a particular problem. We'd close and lock it at night, but sometimes we'd wake up to find it wide open. The security system never registered anyone opening it. After the third time, Dad installed a separate camera pointed directly at the door. The footage showed the door slowly swinging open on its own around 2:13 a.m. each time. Dad replaced the door, thinking it wasn't latching properly. The new door opened too. Emma seemed oblivious to all of this, or at least she pretended to be. She never mentioned hearing the sounds or sensing anything wrong with the house. But she refused to go into the basement alone, and she started sleeping with all her stuffed animals arranged in a protective circle around her bed. The bathroom was another hot spot. All of us experienced the same thing at different times, tapping on the door while we were inside, even when we were home alone. 3 light taps, pause, 3 more. When we'd open the door, no one would be there. I started connecting the dots. Our property bordered that old cemetery. Whatever had attached itself to Emma in the trailer hadn't stayed behind. It had followed us. Only now, it wasn't just focused on her. It was interested in all of us. The worst incident happened when I was 15, about 2 years after we moved into the house. I was home alone, studying for a math test, when the power suddenly went out. It was around 7 p.m. in winter, already dark outside. I called the power company from my cell phone, and they confirmed there was an outage affecting our area. They estimated it would be fixed within 2 hours. I lit some candles and continued studying by their light. Around 8:30, I heard the first thump from the basement, then the second, then the third. I told myself it was just the house making noise, maybe something had fallen over in the dark. I tried to focus on my textbook, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the pages. Then came the footsteps, slow, deliberate steps coming up the basement stairs. The basement door was directly across from the living room where I was sitting. I stared at it, willing it to stay closed. The doorknob turned, slowly, so slowly. I was paralyzed with fear as the door began to open. In the flickering candlelight, I could see it swinging inward, revealing the dark void of the basement stairwell. Nothing came through. The door simply opened all the way and stopped. Then from the darkness of the stairwell, I heard a child's voice, not Emma's, but similar in age. "Can we play now?" it asked. "Dukan says it's our turn." I grabbed my phone and car keys and ran out of the house so fast I didn't even put on shoes. I sat in my car with the doors locked until my parents came home an hour later. I told them what happened, but by then the power was back on and the basement door was closed. They thought I'd fallen asleep studying and had a nightmare. Maybe I did. I desperately want to believe that's what happened, but I know what I heard. I know what I saw. We still live in that house. Emma is 11 now and has no recollection of her ghost friends from the trailer. My parents have convinced themselves that all the strange occurrences have rational explanations. The thumping is the foundation settling. The footsteps are the wood floors expanding and contracting. The open doors are due to improper latching or drafts. I know better. Last night I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. to find Emma standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me with wide eyes. "Dukan wants to know if you'll play with us now," she said in that same flat voice from years ago. "He says it's been long enough." Before I could respond, she turned and walked out of my room. This morning, she had no memory of it. Said she slept through the night. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to protect her, protect all of us, from whatever followed us from that trailer. All I know is that the cemetery is still there, just beyond our property line. And whatever is in our house doesn't want to play nice anymore. Story 20. I still get a sick feeling in my stomach when I think about that house in Harborview. My husband and I were so excited when we found it. A quaint little rental just a few blocks from the ocean that we could actually afford. This was back in October 2001, right after we got married. We were young. I had just turned 24 and thought we were starting our big adventure together. The first weird thing I noticed was how our dog Beckler acted when we moved in. He's this big German Shepherd Lab mix, normally super protective and follows me everywhere. But in that house, he flat out refused to come into certain rooms, the kitchen especially. He'd just stand in the doorway, staring at me while I cooked, whining softly. I'd call him, and he'd just put his ears back and plant his butt firmly in the family room. Like invisible lines had been drawn that he wouldn't cross. From day one, something felt off about the place. Hard to explain to people who haven't felt it, but it was like being watched constantly. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you from behind? That prickly sensation on the back of your neck? It was like that, but all the time. I'd spin around expecting to catch someone standing there, but of course there was never anyone. My husband thought I was being dramatic. "It's just an old house," he'd say. "They all make noises." Which was true. It did make plenty of noises. But it wasn't just the creaks and groans. It was the heaviness in certain spaces, especially the kitchen. The air felt thick there, almost resistant, like walking through invisible cobwebs. My skin would crawl every time I had to go in there alone. Beckler knew something was wrong too. He started this new habit where he'd stand in doorways just watching me. Not in his normal protective way, but like he was keeping tabs on me for someone else. And he'd only cry when I was home alone. Never when my husband was there, only me. Soft, low whimpers that made the hair on my arm stand up. I tried to laugh it off. Told myself I was being stupid, that I'd watched too many horror movies. But as the months passed, the feeling only got stronger. I started avoiding being alone in the house. I'd time my showers for when my husband was home. I'd make excuses to go out during the day, just to escape that constant sensation of eyes on me. By March 2002, I was barely sleeping. Our bedroom was at the back of the house, with windows facing the small yard and the woods beyond. Sometimes I'd wake up at 3 a.m. on the dot and just lie there, listening to the silence that somehow felt louder than any noise. On those nights, I'd stare at the ceiling until dawn, too afraid to look at the windows or the bedroom door. It was during one of those sleepless nights in March when it happened. It had been unusually warm that day, and our bedroom felt stuffy despite the cool coastal air outside. I remember lying in bed next to my sleeping husband, feeling sweat prickling on my skin under the covers. At some point, I stuck my foot out from under the blanket to cool off. That's when I heard it, a loud, deliberate creak from the doorway. The sound of weight shifting on the old hardwood floor. Someone had stepped into our room. I froze. Completely and utterly froze. My eyes were shut tight, but I knew with absolute certainty that something was in our bedroom. It wasn't my husband. I could feel his warm body beside me, his breathing deep and unaware. No, this was something else, someone else. I tried to open my eyes, but they wouldn't obey. I tried to move my arm to shake my husband awake, but not a single muscle responded. My mouth wouldn't open to scream. I was completely paralyzed, trapped in my own body while something approached our bed. The footsteps were slow, deliberate. Not trying to be quiet, but measured, like whatever it was didn't care if I heard it coming. 3 steps, 4, 5. Then silence. I could feel it standing beside the bed now, looking down at me. Even with my eyes closed, I could sense it was tall, much taller than any normal person should be. The air temperature around me plummeted. I could see my breath if my eyes were open. I just knew it. Then it touched me. God, I still get sick thinking about this part. A hand, a large, skinny, impossibly cold hand. wrapped around my bare ankle that was sticking out from under the covers. Its grip was firm, the fingers unnaturally long, wrapping all the way around my ankle with room to spare. The skin felt wrong, not like human skin at all, but dry and papery, like touching a dead leaf. With my ankle firmly in its grasp, I felt another hand, just as cold, just as wrong, grab my wrist, and then it started to pull. Slowly, steadily, it began pulling me off the bed. I could feel my body sliding inch by inch toward the edge of the mattress. I was screaming inside my head, begging my body to move, to fight, to do anything. But I remained completely paralyzed, unable to even open my eyes to see what had me. The worst part was that my husband was right there next to me, just inches away, but I couldn't make a sound to wake him. I couldn't even squeeze his hand. I just kept sliding, dragged by those horrible cold hands, feeling the edge of the mattress approaching under my back. I don't know what broke the paralysis. Maybe desperation, maybe whatever had me momentarily loosened its grip, but suddenly I could move again. I gasped loudly, my eyes flying open as I jerked my limbs back toward the center of the bed. There was nothing there. No one standing beside the bed. No tall figure. Just our dark, empty bedroom, but I was halfway off the mattress. My upper body was still on the bed, but my legs were dangling off the side, my feet almost touching the floor. I hadn't been there when I fell asleep. I know I hadn't. I scrambled back onto the bed, shaking violently. My husband stirred, mumbling something about me kicking him. I shook him hard, panic making my voice shake as I asked if he'd seen anyone, if he'd felt anything. "You were pulling away from me," he mumbled sleepily. "I tried to hold on to you, but you kept moving." Those words sent ice through my veins. He'd felt it too, felt me being pulled away, but in his half-asleep state, he thought I was just moving in my sleep. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat upright against the headboard, a kitchen knife clutched in my trembling hand, until dawn broke. Beckler was whining outside our closed bedroom door the entire time, but I was too terrified to let him in. The next day, I researched everything I could about sleep paralysis. I know what people will say, that it was just a hypnagogic hallucination, that the sensation of being dragged was just my brain playing tricks on me. I wanted to believe that explanation, I really did. I read about the night hag phenomenon, about how cultures around the world have stories of demons that sit on sleeping people's chests and paralyze them, but none of those explanations accounted for the fact that I was physically moved. I went to sleep fully on the bed and woke up halfway off it. My husband felt me being pulled away from him. That wasn't in my head. About 2 weeks after the incident, I found out I was pregnant. Something about that revelation connected dots in my mind that I hadn't seen before. What if whatever grabbed me that night wasn't after me at all? What if it wanted the baby I didn't even know I was carrying? The thought made me physically ill. We broke our lease and moved out by the end of that month. I told my husband I couldn't raise our child in that house, and for once he didn't argue. Our new place was smaller, more expensive, and further from the ocean, but nothing ever happened there. No invisible eyes watching me, no cold hands in the night. Beckler went back to his normal self, following me everywhere instead of standing guard at doorways. I gave birth to a healthy baby girl that November. But even with her safe in my arms, I couldn't shake the memory of those cold, dry hands on my skin. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, feeling phantom fingers wrapping around my ankle, and I have to turn on all the lights and check on my daughter before I can breathe again. It's been over 20 years now, but I swear I can still feel those hands sometimes, like they left some kind of mark on me that only I can feel. I've had other strange experiences since then. Nothing as terrifying as that night, but enough to make me wonder if that thing in Harborview somehow opened a door in me that never fully closed. My daughter has nightmares sometimes that she can't explain, dreams about tall figures standing in doorways, watching her. She's never heard my story. I made my husband promise we'd never tell her, but sometimes the way she describes her dreams makes my blood run cold. I don't know what grabbed me that night in March 2002. I don't know why it let me go. All I know is that it was real. It was in our house. And whatever it wanted, it didn't get it. But I still feel like it's out there somewhere, waiting. And sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a window at night, I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone in the glass.